Chapter 5:17. The Jade Lake was extremely beautiful and majestic. The sacred mountains were majestic, and the peaks were ethereal. It was as if one had walked into a celestial realm, making one feel lost and intoxicated. Spirit herbs grew along the cliffs, and auspicious beasts lurked in the mountains. There was both celestial qi and wondrous scenery. It was magnificent. This was the famous divine land of the Eastern Barren Territory, so there was naturally a lot of dragon qi lingering around. The purple qi was luxurious, and there were no less than 10,000 strands. Celestial mist hung in the air, forming a huge dragon. Yi Fan's residence was very elegant and quiet. It was located in a purple bamboo forest, and there was a clear lake outside the house. It was peaceful and quiet. The purple bamboo was like jade, and there were spirit herbs growing in the forest. They were not very dense, and a few could be seen occasionally. Upon closer inspection, they were several hundred years old, and there were even ancient herbs that were more than 1,000 years old. The large black dog started to wander around as soon as he arrived. He looked around, saying that he was taking little Nan Nan to enjoy the scenery, but only heaven knew what he wanted to do. This damned dog is obviously up to no good. It's most likely going for the peach garden, Li Heishui said. After the large black dog entered the Jade Lake, he didn't stop talking. He kept beating around the bush, asking where the peach garden was. When there was no one around, he almost started to drool. The peach garden of the Jade Lake was famous throughout the world. It was a famous spirit root in the Eastern Barren Territory. A bite of a peach could prolong a mortal's life, and it was also very beneficial to cultivators. It's not an immortal godly medicine, so why is it so attractive? Jianghu was doubtful. Didn't you hear that damned dog's mumbling? It wants to find the most ancient peach tree, not the spirit peaches in the celestial garden. I feel like it's at least comparable to a peerless spirit herb that's more than 10,000 years old. I remember now. My grandfather said that there is an ancient tree in the Jade Lake, and it's the most precious thing after the immortal godly medicine, Wu Zhongtian said. What? Close to the immortal godly medicine? What kind of spirit root is that? Lu Ko was shocked. It said that it was brought out from the ruins of God. The ruins of God was one of the 7 great forbidden areas of the Eastern Barren Territory. It was on the same level as the Immortal Mountain and the Origin Ancient Mine. It was located in the western region of the Eastern Barren Territory, and it was mysterious. It was rumored that this was a place left behind by deities. There were even records that stated that this place had an indestructible southern heavenly gate and a majestic heavenly imperial tower. It was vast and boundless, without end. That was a forbidden zone for life. It had always been a place where one could only enter but not leave. No one could explore all of its secrets. After hundreds of thousands of years, the world had changed, but the divine ruins hadn't changed at all. Between heaven and earth, there were only a few stalks of undying divine medicines, all of them able to choose their own places of residence. They could fly through the sky and escape through the earth. Right now, they all entered life-restricted areas. It was rumored that the undying peach tree was rooted in the ruins of God. It was only a meter tall and could only bear 2 or 3 peaches of immortality in 10,000 years. More than 100,000 years ago, a sage of the Jade Pool entered the ruins of God. He narrowly escaped death and eventually came out. He didn't bring back the immortal peach tree, but he brought back a divine peach of immortality. How did the Jade Lake get its name? Everyone in the world knew that they had a spring that was famous throughout the world. All of the holy lands would come here to ask for water when refining medicine. It could be considered a divine spring. Especially during the primordial age, this spring was the most miraculous. The water that flowed out was comparable to the heavenly spring of life, and it had the effect of reviving the dead. After that sage returned, he buried the seed of the divine peach of immortality and watered it with the spring of the Jade Lake every day. In the end, it really sprouted. There had never been an undying divine medicine that could give birth to a second one. They were all unique. The Jade Lake created a miracle by using the spring of the Jade Lake. However, it was difficult to coexist with immortal treasures. Other than the first fruit that it bore, which was comparable to half a divine peach of immortality, all the fruits it bore in the future could not be compared. It could be called the #1 spiritual medicine in the world, but it couldn't be called an undying divine medicine. This was because the peach of immortality could only prolong the life of a powerful cultivator for more than 1,000 years. More than 1,000 years, it can be considered a divine medicine. Jiang Huairan exclaimed. Wu Zhongtian shook his head and continued, "That was before the primordial age. It definitely can't be done now." "Why?" Lu Ko asked. Before the primordial age, the water in the Jade Lake was close to the divine spring of life. It was watered every day, so the peach tree naturally grew vigorously. The fruits it bore also had the characteristics of a divine medicine. However, the spirituality of the spring decreased 80 to 90,000 years ago. It was no longer as effective as before. Watering it no longer had the same effect. Tens of thousands of years ago, the Jade Lake abandoned its old land for some unknown reason and moved to this place. Even though they moved the root of the celestial lake over with a heaven-defying method, it was still greatly damaged. Wu Zhongtian's grandfather, Wu Dao, was knowledgeable and knew many secrets. He speculated that the divine spring was not as good as before. The fruits of the ancient peach tree planted beside it could only prolong one's life by 500 years at most. Yi Fan thought of the old land of the Jade Lake. In order to obtain the Western Emperor scripture, he once went there with the Black Emperor and saw the abandoned celestial lake. There were corpses everywhere at the bottom of the lake. He still couldn't figure out what had happened. How does this damned dog know everything? There's no need to say anything else. It's definitely after the #1 spirit medicine in the world. The others were all speechless. They prayed silently that it wouldn't cause trouble. Otherwise, it would most likely be in serious trouble. An hour later, the large black dog returned with little Nan Nan on its back. It was listless and listless. Seeing it like this, the others all sighed in relief. "Where did you go?" Yi Fan asked. "I went sightseeing and watched beauties coming out of their baths," the large black dog replied in annoyance. "Damned dog, you didn't really go to peep on the celestial maidens coming out of their baths, did you? Let's go together." Lu Ko's eyes lit up. F***CK. Do you think I'm as perverted as you? The large black dog became even more depressed. "My dog went to steal peaches, but it was caught and chased out," little Nan Nan said in a crisp voice. "I knew you were up to no good. Don't go and cause trouble." The others all scolded it. F***CK, that damned monkey. If it hadn't acted first and alerted us, the people of the Jade Lake definitely wouldn't have been able to stop me. The large black dog was infuriated. What kind of bandit logic is that? Stealing a heavenly peach is reasonable, but why is the battling Saint Apes involved? The immortal peach tree was in the hands of the primordial king battling Saint Apes in the primordial age. That damned monkey still hasn't changed, and now he's thinking about it again, the large black dog cursed. Damned monkey doesn't dare to go to the ruins of God to find the real immortal peach tree, so he came here to join in the fun and steal business from me. Yi Fan and the others had arrived at the Jade Lake for a few days, but the event had yet to begin. It seemed like there were still some important figures who hadn't arrived yet. Apart from some special places, they were very free, and their movements were not restricted. They could look around this ancient land. "Big brother, there's a monkey over there." Little Nan Nan tugged on the corner of Yi Fan's shirt. "Where is there a monkey? I hate monkeys the most. I did in the past and I still do now." The large black dog yelled. Yi Fan's eyes flashed, and he saw a golden-skinned young man standing nearby. He was very sturdy, and he seemed to be filled with strength. His eyes were bright and full of expression. Battling Saint Ape. Yi Fan's heart jolted. He used his divine eyes to see its true form. Its body was covered densely with golden fur, and it had the eyes of fire and gold. It had actually changed its appearance and snuck in. This was a ruthless fellow. As a member of the primordial king clan, although it hadn't matured yet, it was already faintly powerful enough to suppress the great elites. What was it doing here? Yi Fan was surprised to discover that a grand elder of the Jade Lake had courteously sent the monkey out. It was obvious that he had also sensed something, but he didn't surround and kill it. "You recognize me?" the monkey asked. At this moment, he had taken on a human form, and his voice was very young. He didn't speak the ancient language, but he could already speak the human language. Yi Fan nodded, and looked at him silently. The battling Saint Ape was something that he had cut out from a rare stone, and there was a huge karma between the two of them. "Aren't you afraid that the human race will surround and kill you? The world has changed, and the primordial races are about to revive. If they surround and kill me, there will definitely be primordial kings who will destroy the holy lands in the future. They know this." The monkey was very calm. "What are you doing here?" At this moment, Jianghu and the others also knew that this was the battling saint ape that had previously wreaked havoc in the divine city. They were all indescribably astonished. I want to use the immortal peach tree of the Jade Lake to save someone. The monkey was very direct. Its eyes shone brightly as it said, I know you have a Qilin seed on you. If you give it to me, I'll return a great favor in the future. Yi Fan was moved. This monkey was not ordinary at all. His physique was special, and once he circulated a heavenly art, his sacred blood would boil. He didn't know what kind of karma this was, but he didn't want to become enemies. He hoped to make friends. Soon, they began to converse, and the atmosphere could be considered harmonious. Yi Fan tactfully expressed that he didn't have the Qilin seed, but there were other divine objects that could replace it. I've talked with the people of the Jade Lake. If I can nourish a stone king with the blood of the primordial king for a month, they promise to give me a peaches of immortality, the monkey said. Lu Ko and the others were speechless. The fairies of the Jade Lake were really good negotiators. Nourishing the stone king with the blood of the primordial king for a month was really a shocking price. In the present age, where else could one find such a pure primordial king? Their entire body was full of treasures, and their blood was the most expensive. I need your help to nourish the blood into the stone king, the monkey said. No problem, it's not that difficult. Yi Fan nodded. The Jade Lake really knows how to do business. I thought they were a group of fairies in white, but they're all people with blood, Jianghu mumbled. Don't talk nonsense. Relatively speaking, they stand aloof from worldly affairs and surpass all the other sections. Wu Zhongtian reprimanded him, not letting him talk nonsense. All right, let's go and see the people of the Jade Lake now. The monkey nodded. The inheritor of the Yuan Taoist master and the battling sacred ape came together, and the Jade Lake was very courteous to them. Several grand elders came out to welcome them, and the Jade Lake Holy Maiden also accompanied them. This stone is very special, and it's very different from the other stone kings. We don't want to seal it, but we want it to give birth to life, a grand elder said. In the past, an ancient saint of the Jade Lake had left this stone behind, and it had been passed down to this day. The Jade Lake Holy Maiden was graceful and elegant, and she led the way in front. She was as ethereal as a fairy, and she exuded a boundless charm. This kind of beauty could make one's heart calm and peaceful. Several grand elders of the Jade Lake accompanied them, and they brought them to an important place of the Jade Lake, the Celestial Lake. This was where their name came from. In front of them, there was a misty mist, and the fragrance of flowers and the chirping of birds could be seen all around. It was like a mythical world, and rare birds and beasts that looked like three-legged golden crows, fire phoenixes, and kirans could be seen roaming around. As expected, that ancient heavenly peach tree has borne fruit again, the large black dog muttered excitedly. There was an ancient tree beside the celestial lake. It was as strong as a horned dragon, and it was dozens of meters tall. Its roots stretched into the sky, and it was rooted beside the celestial lake. There were a few fruits on its branches, and their fragrance could make one's pores relax. It was obvious that this was a peerless precious medicine. The undying heavenly peach tree in the ruins of God was only 1 meter tall. Even though this tree was so tall and had lived for hundreds of thousands of years, it still couldn't compare to the undying heavenly peach tree. There was a sparkling and translucent stone beneath the ancient heavenly peach tree. There were 9 holes on the stone, and it absorbed and emitted the essence of the sun and moon. It looked extremely mystical. F***ck, there's actually such a stone. The large black dog couldn't help but exclaim in shock. There were also a few people observing the stone beneath the ancient heavenly peach tree beside the celestial lake. Yi Fan recognized one of them. It was Ouyang Yi, who was infinitely close to becoming an Earth Source Master. It was this old bastard who had recognized him in the Divine City, and that was why he had been killed. Ouyang Yi also looked over, and there was a flicker in her eyes. It was unknown what she was thinking about, but a hint of a meaningful smile appeared on her face. Yi Fan hated people from ancient origin technique clans, so he didn't pay them any heed. Humph! The battle saint ape humphed coldly, and he immediately lashed out with a large golden hand. You actually harbor killing intent toward my friend? Are you seeking death? Chapter 5:18. After the sacred battle ape turned into a human, its skin was a faint golden color. Its body was very sturdy and powerful, and its veins protruded like dragon tendons. It gave off a powerful feeling. Although it hadn't grown up yet, its strength was shocking, and its techniques were superb. Even if all the Saint Lords were here, they might not be able to stop it. Buzz! The monkey's golden fingers were like a huge dustpan, covering a radius of 1 zhang. Golden light flowed, and it could cover the sky with one hand. Ouyang expression changed immediately. He had already cultivated the heavenly eye, so he could naturally see the monkey's true form. After knowing that it was from the primordial royalty, his heart pounded violently. Primordial creatures had always been associated with mountains of corpses and seas of blood. They used to be the absolute rulers of this land, and it was only because of their retreat that the human race could prosper. This was especially so for a creature like the sacred battle ape. As the royalty at the top of the pyramid, no one could say for sure how terrifying its combat strength was. However, Ouyang couldn't just sit and wait for death. He quickly circulated the origin divine art to resist. There were many strange stones in the Jade Lake, as well as countless earth veins and dragon energy, which he could use. Rumble! The dragon energy under the ground soared into the sky and turned into dozens of huge dragons. They connected from the depths of the earth veins to the sky, sealing the sacred battle ape together. Ouyang was infinitely close to being an origin master, and in terms of strength, he was comparable to a half-step almighty. Pop! The monkey's hand didn't change and continued pressing forward. The faint golden fingers collapsed the void and broke the dragon energy, descending like a demonic mountain. Boom! Ouyang's body shook violently, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. Then he was grabbed by the monkey's hand, and the bones in his body creaked as if they were about to break. He almost fainted. "Ah, what are you doing?" he screamed in fear, but he couldn't struggle at all. No one knew how strong the monkey was. He was a battle saint among the primordial creatures, and his physical body was so terrifying that it made people tremble. If he cultivated to the end, he would look down on the world and be invincible. At the side, everyone was shocked by the monkey's strength. It almost squeezed a half-step almighty to death. What kind of concept was that? "Saint, please have mercy." The Grand Elder of the Jade Lake hurriedly persuaded the monkey to let go. They were the ones who invited the Origin Masters here, so they couldn't let him be killed. Kacha! Monkey exerted a little strength and many of Ouyang's ribs were broken. His body was almost deformed. Then, he threw him onto the ground like a dead dog and ignored him. "Who are you? How dare you act so arrogantly?" The people from the ancient Genesis Technique clan could not accept this. "Jade Pool's fairies, if you all don't suppress him, we will ask King Yuan to take action." A few of them shouted, their expressions grave and stern. "No." Ouyang stood up. Among them, he was the only one who had cultivated the heaven's eye and knew of the monkey's identity. He didn't want to stir up trouble. "Please calm down." The people of the Jade Lake tried to mediate. As the masters, they naturally wouldn't allow the monkey to attack them. "He has a strong desire to kill my friend. I'm already being merciful by not killing him," Monkey mumbled, then ignored him. What he said was the truth. According to his temperament, he would have slapped them to death already. However, he was not ignorant of the ways of the world. He didn't want to embarrass the Jade Lake too much. "Let's go." Ouyang was filled with anger. He turned around and left the celestial pool. He didn't want to stand with the monkey anymore. "You still have the desire to kill?" The sacred battle ape's fiery golden eyes shot out 2 beams of divine light and stared at Ouyang's back. "Little saint, don't be impatient. Don't attack anymore." The supreme elders of the Jade Lake stepped forward. They were really afraid that the monkey would start a massacre. "Brother Ape, don't bother with them." Yifan also stepped forward. The monkey had attacked for him, so he naturally had to express his sincere gratitude. The ancient peach tree of immortality was 49 meters tall. A dozen people couldn't even wrap their arms around it. The old bark on the tree was like a huge dragon's scale. It was very vigorous. It had been growing for more than 100,000 years. Although the tree was very thick, it was nothing compared to its age. The ancient tree was like a horned dragon. The leaves on the tree were like jade, translucent and dazzling. There were only 3 peaches of immortality on the branches. They were hidden among the green jade leaves, and their fragrance was very fragrant. The peaches of immortality weren't very big. They looked as if they had been carved out of red agate. They were bright red and sparkling, and their fragrance was refreshing and comfortable. The large black dog was the most unbearable. He swallowed hard. If it weren't for the fact that the Supreme Elders were here, he would most likely have uprooted the entire ancient tree. The monkey was next in line. Although he wasn't scratching his head, he couldn't sit still anymore. It seemed like he wanted to climb up the tree. Even in the ancient era, there were only 2 or 3 sacred battle apes. The undying peach tree was in the hands of their tribe. In the past, he had eaten real peaches of immortality. The northern region that was full of vitality has actually become a barren land. Everything no longer exists. The monkey only calmed down after a long time. He sighed with emotion and said, "The undying peach tree has already flown into the ruins of God." Mist swirled around the celestial pool. Spiritual essence flowed out continuously, nourishing the entire pure land of the Jade Lake. Beneath the ancient tree, the strange stone was sparkling and translucent. It glowed with vibrant colors and swallowed the essence of the sun and moon as if it had a life of its own. Does the Jade Lake want to nurture a holy spirit? The large black dog's eyes were deep. This was the first time he had revealed such an expression. Near the strange stone, there were orchids, dragon grass, and spirit ginseng. All of them were tens of thousands of years old. They glowed with brilliance, and their medicinal fragrance was alluring. Such a stone definitely had a shocking origin. Spiritual essence gushed out continuously from its 9 orifices as if it was breathing. This stone had been nourished by the essence of the sun and moon for countless years. It had indeed contained a holy embryo. The Jade Lake was aware of this, and so they did their best to nurture it so that it could come into the world as soon as possible. Fairies of the Jade Lake, I think you are playing with fire. If a holy spirit is born, the Jade Lake will be in great trouble unless the Western Empress revives. The large black dog said solemnly. This is a holy spirit. A supreme elder of the Jade Lake said. They were naturally aware of this, but there were some secrets that they couldn't reveal. What holy spirit? The large black dog sneered and said, in the past, a holy land did something like this, and in the end, it was annihilated. If it wasn't for Emperor Wuxia, who killed the holy spirit, who knows what kind of calamity would have befallen them? Yi Fan's heart jolted. No wonder the large black dog looked shocked when he saw this stone. Such a major event had happened in the distant past. This stone was purified by an ancient saint long ago. In his later years, he gave a sermon to it. The supreme elder of the Jade Lake said, but she didn't continue. That's even more mysterious. It knows the ancient scriptures of the human race. The large black dog pondered. It was even more difficult for him to understand, but he couldn't say anything else. I don't care what kind of holy spirit it is. If it dares to provoke me in the future, I'll smash it to pieces with my staff. The monkey was unruly, and his words were very direct. The supreme elders of the Jade Lake were speechless, but they couldn't refute him. After all, they needed the blood essence of this monkey to nourish this stone king. Yi Fan naturally wouldn't say anything. The ancient Jade Lake had produced a great emperor before, so it was very knowledgeable. It definitely had its own considerations, so there was no reason for him to stop it. The monkey slit its wrist, and bright red blood flowed out. The blood exuded an astonishing divine light, and its life force was extremely rich. Every drop of blood was like a divine furnace, and blazing divine flames soared into the sky. Yi Fan made his move, circulating the heavenly origin divine technique, continuously drawing on the wondrous stone, engraving profound and unfathomable patterns, interweaving into a complicated diagram. Rip! After the monkey's blood dripped onto the stone, it quickly seeped into it, and was absorbed by the Stone King. It trembled slightly, and the speed at which it breathed in and out the spiritual essence of heaven and earth became even faster. The saint fetus is really going to be born soon. The large black dog's eyelids twitched, and he stumbled back a few steps. What's wrong with a dog? Don't be afraid, little Nan Nan comforted in a soft voice. When will it be born? Yi Fan asked. If there are no accidents, it will be born in 5,000 years, the Jade Lake Holy Maiden replied softly from the side. 5,000 years. Li Heishui, Jiang Huiran, and the others exchanged a glance. This news was really shocking. A saint spirit was about to be born, and that was a supreme being. Would the Holy Lands allow it to come into the world? Obviously, the other Holy Lands already knew of this news. Otherwise, the Jade Lake wouldn't have sent them here to leak the secret. 5,000 years. We won't be able to live for that long, and will already be buried in the earth. However, little Yi is at his peak, and there will most likely be a battle of life and death. It's better to kill it now. Li Heishui, Lu Ko, and the others discussed with Yi Fan through their divine sense. This was too sensitive a time, and they really didn't know what would happen in the future. The large black dog sighed and said, I believe it. A great era comparable to Wuxia's era is about to arrive. Aside from the rise of various kings, even a saint's spirit that can be compared to a great emperor will be born. Moreover, the ancient royal tribe will return. If we want to walk proudly in the world in the future, it's impossible without heaven-defying battle prowess. The monkey wasn't stingy, and a considerable amount of blood flowed from his wrist. Divine light shone brilliantly, and spiritual essence flowed everywhere. Only when the people of the Jade Lake shouted for him to stop did he stop the bleeding. Brother Monkey, you're really straightforward, Jianghu mumbled. I want to undergo a complete transformation, and now is the perfect time to try it. This waste blood doesn't matter. The monkey was very direct, and the people of the Jade Lake didn't know what to say. The strange stone shone brilliantly, and its 9 orifices opened up, swallowing and spitting out the essence of the sun. It absorbed all the blood that had dripped down, and its life force became much more vigorous, and it trembled continuously. Can I touch it? Little Nan Nan blinked her large eyes, and her voice was soft and hopeful. The little guy saw that the strange stone was sparkling and extremely beautiful, and she really wanted to get closer to take a look. It's fine, just touch it. A thought flashed through the large black dog's mind, and he agreed first. She stretched out her small hand, and lightly touched the strange stone with its 9 orifices and 8 orifices. The entire strange stone suddenly trembled, and it became motionless as if it had been given a fright. Yi Fan was astonished. The little girl was a divine infant, so could it be that the strange stone could sense something? A peculiar expression appeared on the large black dog's face. He was very excited and he said, Touch it again. The celestial maidens of the Jade Lake were speechless. This dog was too outrageous, wasn't he? Why did he think of himself as his master? Actually, we're a family. You guys don't know, but the Jade Lake is the most impressive. It's equivalent to having 2 emperors. The large black dog dawdled, and he seemed to have accidentally said something that he shouldn't have, so he hurriedly stopped speaking. Right at this moment, divine light shone brilliantly. After little Nan Nan's small hand pressed onto the stone, brilliant light suddenly flowed, and a boundless divine splendor surged forth. Quick, make her stop. The Grand Elder of the Jade Lake was astonished, and wanted to stop her, yet he was pushed away by the divine light. At this moment, the strange stone with its 9 orifices and 8 orifices was gushing out spiritual essence, which flowed into little Nan Nan's arm. Chapter 5:19. The celestial pond was overflowing with spiritual qi. Nearby, there was the fragrance of orchid ganoderma, dragon grass, shellfish and ginseng. 10,000-year-old spiritual herbs were everywhere. 3-legged golden ravens, divine phoenixes, and cheelants roamed about. It was like a mythical world. The 9-orifice strange stone trembled slightly and shone brightly. Like strands of silk, it connected to little Nan Nan's delicate arm. Spiritual essence flowed and seeped into her arm. The Grand Elders of the Jade Lake were anxious. They wanted to stop her, but they were all pushed out by a colorful light. They couldn't get close at all. Everyone was anxious. Stop her! Don't let anything happen to the Stone King! They shouted and moved together. Colorful lights flew out from their palms and fingers. They wanted to pull little Nan Nan away and save the Stone King from danger. Nan Nan, are you okay? Yi Fan was very worried. He hurried forward and touched the colorful light, but he was also pushed out and couldn't get close. It bit me. Little Nan Nan pouted. Her eyes were clear and bright, and her eyelashes were trembling. Does it hurt? Are you hurt anywhere? Li Heishui also asked with concern. The 9-orifice Stone King shone brightly and trembled continuously. Its spiritual essence gushed into the little girl's arm and covered her with a layer of brilliant light. She looked like a porcelain doll that could glow. My palm hurts a little. It bit me and didn't let go. Little Nan Nan was very innocent. She wrinkled her delicate nose. As long as you're not hurt, nothing can happen to you, Wu Zhongtian said. The people of the Jade Lake were speechless. They were a bit angry. The Stone King was releasing its spiritual essence, But these guys were still worried about this little girl. "Do you have a way to make her let go?" a grand elder asked. "Little girl, can you stay away from the strange stone? Come back quickly, or you'll be in danger." The Jade Lake Holy Maiden squatted down and talked to little Nan Nan patiently. "It'll be a disaster sooner or later. I might as well suck it dry." The big black dog bared his teeth excitedly. He wanted nothing more than for little Nan Nan to suck the Stone King's spiritual essence dry. "Stupid dog, don't talk nonsense." Yi Fan glared at him and then told little Nan Nan to step back. Otherwise, they probably wouldn't be able to leave the Jade Lake. Nan Nan also wanted to retreat, but it bit my palm. Little Nan Nan pouted and used all her strength to retreat. However, her little hand was stuck to it. "What should we do now?" Jade Pool's people were anxious. There were people who wanted to invite Western Queen Mother, to the extent where they even had to bring over a strand of extreme Dao holy might. Upon hearing that they were going to use their extreme Dao Saint tool, the large black dog shuddered involuntarily. He jumped up and said that he had a way, and he stepped forward to give little Nan some pointers. "Close your eyes and imagine yourself as a god omnipotent, floating in the air." "Are you stalling for time?" The Jade Lake Holy Daughter was very intelligent, and she looked at the large black dog with displeasure. Wisps of divine light shot out of her eyes. "No, I'm using a spiritual guidance technique to make her relax. Otherwise, even if the Queen Mother of the West comes, she won't be able to separate them," the large black dog said confidently. "You are a divinity, gazing down at the ancient earth. The mountains and rivers are majestic, all living things were born, everything was under your feet. You flew towards the immortal realms." The large black dog continued to ramble on and on like an old sorcerer. There was no end to his rambling. Although the women of the Jade Lake were all good-tempered, their foreheads were filled with black lines, and they wanted to stomp on his large black face a few times. "What are you talking about?" One of the Grand Elders couldn't stand it anymore, and he prepared to draw out the great Dao contained within the Jade Lake to draw over a strand of extreme Dao holy might. Swoosh! However, right at this moment, little Nan's hand loosened, and she floated up into the air, slowly distancing herself from the 9 orifices strange stone, no longer absorbing its essence. The little girl was very serious and meticulous, and she did everything according to the Black Emperor's instructions. She closed her eyes, and slowly imagined those scenes. Colorful light flowed all over her body, and she looked just like a little fairy. Every inch of her skin was glowing, and it was as translucent as 7-colored glass. It was flawless, and there was actually a holy aura permeating the air, purifying one's soul. "Is it really possible?" the large black dog mumbled. Hearing this, everyone wanted to stomp on him, especially the beautiful fairies of the Jade Lake, and they all glared at him angrily. "What I mean is, I've never tried this kind of ancient guidance technique before, and I never thought that it would actually work," the large black dog hurriedly explained, afraid that he would anger these fairies. Swoosh! The 9 orifices Stone King broke free, and like a frightened old rabbit, it turned into a streak of divine light with a whoosh, and disappeared into the celestial pond, unwilling to come out again. "It's really become a spirit, and it can even run away by itself," Lu Ko exclaimed. All Stone Kings could fly in the sky and tunnel underground, and they already had their own spiritual sense, which was even more terrifying than many powerful cultivators, let alone this 9 orifices strange stone that was about to give birth to a holy spirit. Swoosh! Little Nan was meticulous, and she was still earnestly comprehending those scenes. Unexpectedly, she suddenly soared into the sky, releasing a boundless multicolored light. "She's ascending!" the large black dog exclaimed. Everyone was astonished, especially Yi Fan, Li Heishui, and the others. Normally, the little girl couldn't fly at all, but now, not only was she floating in the air, but she was also soaring into the sky. This was truly astonishing. She really is like a celestial. The people of the Jade Pool were all in a daze. At this moment, little Nan was enveloped by celestial light, and it was as if she was ascending into the sky. She actually opened up a passageway, and it was as if she was going to enter a mysterious world. Boom! Suddenly, a wisp of supreme celestial might descended, and it was as if the 9 heavens were pressing down. Everyone was unable to move, and their minds were filled with shock. "Aya!" Little Nan cried out in alarm and fell down. She could no longer fly, and facing the high altitude, her large eyes were filled with fear. Golden blood chi surged all over Yi Fan's body, and he barely managed to summon the all-life source cauldron. Wisps after wisps of source chi descended, protecting him. Swoosh! It was as if he was carrying millions of mountains on his back, and he flew into the sky with great difficulty. He caught the falling little Nan, and then retreated. It was just a short distance, but he felt an incomparably terrifying pressure. If it wasn't for the fact that his physical body was powerful, and the source chi descended, it was almost impossible for him to fly. West Emperor Pagoda. Wu Zhongtian, Zhang Huairan, Lu Kou, and the others were all shocked. This must be an extreme sacred weapon forged from Immortal Tear's green gold. West Emperor Pagoda, also known as Immortal Tear's Pagoda. This was a wisp of supreme celestial might, and it could suppress everything. No one could contend against it, not even Saint Lords. There were only a few ancient great emperors, and naturally, there were only a few extreme sacred weapons. The Jade Pool had one, and it was forged from Immortal Tear's green gold by the West Emperor, and it was famous throughout the ages. A sacred ground that had produced a supreme great emperor, and from a certain perspective, it was indeed more powerful than the other ancient inheritances. The sacred weapon left behind was enough to suppress everything. Anyone who entered this sacred ground would be enveloped by the extreme sacred weapon. Even peerless experts wouldn't dare to be presumptuous, and there was no way to break through. Normally, there was no need to activate it. The Immortal Tear's Pagoda had been here for a long time, and it naturally formed a supreme great Tao that suppressed the entire heaven and earth, making it impregnable. Little Nan was blocked by the pressure of the extreme sacred weapon, and she couldn't break through the void, and she couldn't force her way through. This child. While Yi Fan and the others were shocked by the terror of the West Emperor Pagoda, the Grand Elders of the Jade Pool were all staring at Little Nan, and they couldn't stop scrutinizing her. Little Nan didn't do it on purpose, it was that stone that bit me. Little Nan was slightly uneasy, and she spoke in a low voice, thinking that she had made a grave mistake. The Nine-Hold Stone King's foundation wasn't injured, and this made the people of the Jade Pool heave a sigh of relief. They were shocked by Little Nan's identity and background, and it was obvious that she wasn't an ordinary child. The monkey's eyes were fiery, and he stared at Little Nan for a long time, but he still couldn't see through her. He muttered, "Strange, is she an immortal?" Yi Fan and the others walked out of the celestial pond, and they all heaved a sigh of relief. Luckily, the people of the Jade Pool were calm, and they didn't make a fuss about it. The Jade Pool will face a great calamity sooner or later, and that Stone King will most likely cause rivers of blood to flow. Once it comes to this world, it will be an existence comparable to an ancient great emperor. Who can resist it? The large black dog's expression was grave. In any case, we have nothing to do with it. 5,000 years later, all our bones will have rotted away. Zhang Huairan didn't seem to care. When Yi Fan heard this, he felt a special sense of loss for the first time. 5,000 years later, he would be at the peak of his power, but if nothing unexpected happened, all of his friends would have died long ago. Even divine lords could only live for 2,000 years, but if he could achieve great success, he could live for 10,000 years. At that time, he would have to watch Li Heishui, Tu Fei, and the others die. The Jade Pool was very big, and it occupied a very large area. There were all kinds of terrains, and after passing through a spirit mountain, there was a swamp in front of them. There were a few golden lights leaping in the swamp, and there were several elders watching them. Dragon Chimera. The large black dog was surprised, and he ran over excitedly, saying, "This is a treasure for refining medicine, and it's many times more precious than spirit medicines that are tens of thousands of years old. It's a priceless treasure, and there are actually 3 of them in the Jade Pool." The dragon chimera was only 30 centimeters long, and it looked like a dragon, but it was actually a kind of loach. Its whole body was golden, and when it leaped in the swamp, its spirit chi soared into the sky. Every drop of its blood essence was priceless. Beside the swamp, the few elders all had extraordinary appearances. When the monkey saw them, he was slightly nervous. Obviously, he saw them as an opponent that could fight to the death. One of them seems to be the Queen Mother of the West. Wu Zhongtian said softly, looking surprised. One of them was a woman who looked to be about 35 or 36 years old. She was beautiful and dignified, and her expression was peaceful. Her black hair danced in the wind, and there was a red dot between her eyebrows. Her eyes were like water, and she made people feel close to her. Indeed, she had the charm of the Queen Mother of the West. Beside her, there were 3 other elders, and each of them was extraordinary. One was wearing a golden feather robe, as if he was about to ascend to heaven and ascend to heaven. The other was wearing a purple robe, and purple aura swirled around him, making him indescribably noble. The last person was illusory, like a wisp of fog, and was imprinted in the great path of heaven and earth. Another saint physique has appeared, and it's rare. The elder wearing the golden feather robe nodded. You are? Yi Fan asked hesitantly. This is an extraordinary senior from the Middle State, the Queen Mother of the West said. She was dignified and holy, and her eyes were ethereal. He was definitely an important figure. Yi Fan and the others guessed. Otherwise, the Queen Mother of the West wouldn't have reminded and introduced him like this. Are you willing to go to the Middle State to cultivate? The elder wearing the golden feather robe asked calmly. Yi Fan was stunned, not knowing why he said this. The Outstanding Scholar Academy is about to reopen, and this is a rare opportunity. The Queen Mother of the West smiled at the side. Outstanding Scholar Academy. Yi Fan was confused. He really hadn't heard of it before. After all, he wasn't a person of this world. On the side, Li Heishui and the others were shocked, and even stuttered. Once every 10,000 years. Is the Outstanding Scholar Academy going to reopen again? It's been so many years, and it's still continuing. The large black dog mumbled in shock. Only people at the level of Saint Sun can enter, and it's the divine land where king tears grow up. It reopens once every 10,000 years, and I didn't think it would come again. Wu Zhongtian's eyes shone with divine light. I heard that every time the most powerful young elites are chosen from the Middle State, the North Plains, the West Desert, the South Mountains, and the East Wastelands. Is that true? Zhang Huiren asked. The elder wearing the golden feather robe nodded, and said, Every holy land can only send 2 people at most, and the Middle State, the East Wastelands, and the South Mountains are all the same. Only the most powerful young elites are chosen. Kid, accept them. The Black Emperor said secretly. Why? Yi Fan asked. The Outstanding Scholar Academy reopens once every 10,000 years, and it might be related to the Outer Realm. Great Emperor Wu Shi once mentioned the 2 words purple micro. Moreover, all the saint sons and saint daughters, as well as all kinds of king physiques, will enter. Those ancient inheritances will be chosen, and there will definitely be great benefits. You must go. Chapter 520. The Eccentric Academy reopens once every 10,000 years. I yearn for it. Yi Fan's face was full of hope. Then he suddenly changed the topic saying, Sigh, unfortunately, I've already severed my own life, so I can't cultivate anymore. F***ck, brat, you really don't want to go. The large black dog was the first to become anxious. He transmitted his voice secretly, looking disappointed. Yi Fan wanted to find a place to cultivate in seclusion until he reached the Divine Lord tier. Now, he had ancient scriptures and Emperor Saint artifacts, so there was no need for him to go there. That place is related to the Outer Realm, and it has karma with the Ziwei ancient star. Don't you want to go and have a look? The large black dog was anxious. Has Emperor Wu Shi gone in before? Yi Fan asked secretly. Since ancient times, how many people like Wu Shi were there? Although he didn't cultivate, it was said that he fought his way in and obtained everything he wanted, the large black dog murmured. Yi Fan ignored him. He felt a sense of danger, and he wanted to disappear from the eyes of the world for a period of time. Only when he reached the Divine Lord tier could he run amok in the world. You don't want to go to the Middle State? The old man in golden feathered clothes was surprised. The Eccentric Academy reopened once every 10,000 years, and it had great significance. No one was willing to refuse. The Middle State, the North Plains, the West Desert, the South Mountains, and the East Wasteland. It's a pity that you don't go. The Eccentric Academy can't just look at the surface. The matriarch of the West reminded. Each holy land could only send 2 people. Even the everlasting empires were like this, so it could be imagined what kind of strength the candidates had to have. The weakest were the holy sons and holy daughters. The Eccentric Academy reopened once every 10,000 years. It could definitely be called a divine land with far-reaching influence. All kinds of ancient inheritances were willing to send their disciples there, so there must be some unknown benefits. I really want to go, but the miracle doctor of the East Wasteland said that I can only use my full strength 10 times at most, And I've already wasted 3 times, Yifan said. Everyone present was speechless. Li Heishui and the others didn't need to say anything. They knew his background. A strange light flashed in the eyes of the Queen Mother of the West and the 3 elders. He had attacked 3 times. First, he had killed the Yinyang Saint, then the Purple Mansion Saint, and finally the 10,000 Beginning Saint. This made many people seriously doubt what the Divine Doctor had said. What ancient scripture is passed down in eccentric scholar college? Jianghu could not help but ask. They were all incomparably tempted. That indescribably noble elder in purple clothes was like a monarch that ruled over the world as he said, "We don't have ancient scriptures, nor do we impart profound techniques. We only impart our predecessors' comprehension." Yifan firmly believed that his own Tao needed to be comprehended by himself. In the end, he needed to transcend the ancient scriptures that he had learned. This was because every great sovereign had created their own Tao to become a supreme existence. One day, you might feel that the vast eastern wasteland and the boundless central prefecture aren't that big, and the Extraordinary Scholar Academy might be able to open a new window for you, the illusory and misty old man said. It might be related to the outer realm. This is a rare opportunity. The large black dog transmitted his voice secretly. Yifan was tempted. Perhaps he could start from here on his way home, but he did not want to become the target of public criticism. Once he entered the Extraordinary Scholar Academy, it would be equivalent to proving to the world that he was unharmed. At that time, there might be a supreme emperor who would jump out and kill him in secret. It was too far away, and even the old madman's deterrence would be useless. I heard that the 3 strongest people in the history of Extraordinary Scholar Academy all disappeared in the end. I wonder where they went. Li Heishui mumbled. This was no longer a secret, but the ancient inheritance did not pursue the matter, so the others were not clear about the situation and did not know what was going on. That is a kind of opportunity. Otherwise, why would all the Holy Lands send their disciples to Extraordinary Scholar Academy when they have ancient scriptures and supreme experts? The elder in golden feathered clothes smiled. Seniors, I am very grateful for your kindness, but my body is unwell, so I cannot go and listen to your teachings, Yifan declined tactfully. Everyone has their own aspirations. One of the elders nodded and did not say anything more. Senior, we will definitely go when the time comes, but I am afraid that we cannot enter, Luko said excitedly. You only need to defeat a holy sun. The elder in purple looked dignified, but revealed a smile. Little Yezi, you have 7 chances to attack. Help each of us kill a holy sun, Jianghu said with a smile. The elder in purple was speechless, glanced at them indifferently, and then no longer paid attention to them. When they left this swamp, the large black dog quickly forgot about Extraordinary Scholar Academy. He looked back 3 times with every step, staring at the 3 dragon chimera. There, golden light shot into the sky, and spiritual chi overflowed. Dog, don't drool. Little Nan patted him lightly. If you dare to disturb the dragon chimera, I will suppress you in the North Pole Sea for 2,000 years. The voice of the Queen Mother of the West of the Jade Pool came. It was very peaceful, but it made the large black dog tremble. I miss it. When I came before, I even ate one, he murmured in an inaudible voice. They passed through a hill, far away from the swamp, and Li Heishui said, Little Yezi, are you really not going? There are definitely great benefits there. Otherwise, all the holy sons and holy daughters, as well as the various king physiques, will definitely not go there. The strongest of the young generation of the 5 big regions will gather. This will be a grand event, and it will be a pity to miss it. It only happens once in 10,000 years, Wu Zhongtian also said. Jiang said, I still want to see you show off your power there. Defeat all the sons of the great sage, suppress all the kings, and be invincible in the 5 regions. How glorious will that be? We will also be proud. That's right. At that time, I can also tease the holy daughter of the eastern wilderness, the beautiful princess of the central prefecture, and the female bodhisattva of the western desert. How happy and carefree life will that be? Lu Ko laughed strangely. Yifan smiled and shook his head. If he was too idealistic, it would only lead to tragedy. If he went, there would definitely be danger at every step, and even his smile would be stained with blood. Who knew how many people would die in battle? I dare say that Brat Pang Bo will definitely go to the eccentric academy. Maybe he will be waiting for you there, Li Heishui said. He should thank me for giving him such a great opportunity. I will directly send him to his destination. The large black dog's skin was so thick that it could block knives and swords. But as soon as he said this, Li Heishui, Jiang Huiran, and Lu Ko punched him together, extremely angry. Tu Fei was their best friend, and he was lost by this damned dog. The northern plains is so big. I really don't know how he will come back. Grandpa Tu Tian said that if he relied on himself, it would take him at least 20 years to fly back. The large black dog felt guilty and didn't dare to mention this again. Dog, when will you find Brother Tu Fei? Didn't you say that you can consider crossing the void to pick him up? Little Nan Nan said softly. The time is not ripe yet. The chessboard formation left by the Void Emperor is strange, and it is very difficult to deduce the coordinates. I am afraid that if I am not careful, I will make a mistake and fall on Mount Meru. Brother Monkey, when the time comes, come with us to the eccentric academy. If little Yi doesn't go, it will be really boring for us to travel alone. Jiang Huiran wanted to rope in this big helper. I don't have time. I want to go to the ruins of God to find the immortal peach tree of my race. The monkey had been thinking about this matter. The few of them sucked in a cold breath. The ruins of God was too strange. Even the ancient saints couldn't come out after entering. This monkey was too bold. Brother Monkey, this is too dangerous. Yi Fan advised. If you want to save him, I can give you a holy fruit. When they came to a place where there was no one, Yi Fan took out a fruit shaped like a small cauldron and handed it to the monkey. The immortal divine medicine of the divine silkworm race. The monkey was shocked, and a sharp light shot out of his golden eyes. The 9 transformations of the divine silkworm race could transform into a supreme king of the immemorial era, invincible in this world. It was said by the Yuan Taoist master, and now everyone knew about it. You know it. Of course. The monkey's eyes shone with golden light. The immortal divine medicine of the divine silkworm race was known as the immortal medicine of 9 wonders. It would only mature once every thousands or even tens of thousands of years. There were many transformations, and every time it matured, it would be different. There was a total of 9 different kinds of fruits that grew in cycles. After listening to the monkey's explanation, Yi Fan finally understood why the immortal divine medicine of the ancient desolate forbidden grounds would produce 9 different kinds of holy fruits. It turned out that it was known as the immortal medicine of 9 wonders, and it had 9 different forms to begin with. Could it be that each of the few great races of the immemorial era has a type of immortal divine medicine? Yi Fan asked. The monkey nodded and said, that's almost the case. Before the immemorial era, those few kinds of immortal divine medicine all had owners. Later on, they should have fallen into the hands of the great human emperor, and later on, they flew into the 7 great forbidden zones. What's the immortal divine medicine of great Emperor Wuxia? It seems like it's still in the Purple Mountain and hasn't flown away, right? Yi Fan asked the Black Emperor. Immortal divine phoenix medicine. The Black Emperor unconsciously spat out these words, and then immediately shut his mouth. This damned dog really knows a lot. Li Heishui mumbled. It seems like there's nothing it doesn't know, Jiang Huiran also said. It's actually this kind of divine medicine. It's one of the best. Even the monkey was shocked, and his eyes were extremely fervent. F***ck. I knew monkeys weren't good people. The large black dog muttered in an almost inaudible voice. Is the immortal divine phoenix medicine very special? Yi Fan asked. Of course. It can allow one to be reborn, and its medicinal effects are one of the best among the few immortal divine medicines. It's not as simple as extending one's lifespan. The monkey ignored the large black dog's disrespect. Do you have a brother who also survived? The large black dog gnashed his teeth. No. When the great calamity descended, it seemed like only one uncle was far away in the western desert. I don't know if he's alive or dead. The monkey sighed. In the ancient era, there had always been only 2 or 3 battle-sacred apes. However, their bloodline was extremely powerful, and they could intermarry with other races to continue the sacred ape bloodline. The ancient king is about to revive. I must find the immortal immortality peach tree. Otherwise, it might fall into the hands of other races, the monkey murmured to himself. After they revive, will they try to snatch the immortal divine medicine? Yi Fan and the others were all shocked. That's most likely the case. After all, it belonged to them in the past. Now, they naturally want to regain control of it. The monkey nodded. However, he also explained that the ancient era races weren't all vicious and evil. Killing innocents was something that only a few races did, and they weren't at odds with the human race. In the ancient era, there were humans as well, but they were few in number. They looked weak, but there were also invincible beings among them. The monkey revealed this piece of information. What? There were humans even in the ancient era. They were all stunned. Brother Monkey, what exactly happened in the ancient era? Why does it seem like the vitality of the earth was extinguished once? Also, what's going on with the ancient origin mine, ruins of God, undying mountain, and immortal mausoleum? The monkey was undoubtedly a living fossil. When they thought of these questions, they were extremely anxious. They couldn't wait to find out the truth. Chapter 521. The humans of the archaic era were very mysterious. Their numbers were few and they rarely interacted with other races. However, there were indeed invincible existences among them. The monkey seemed to have sunk into an ancient memory. He slowly spoke about the past events of the archaic era, attracting everyone's attention. Among the creatures of the archaic era, only those who had reached the extreme realm could take on a human form. This form represented invincibility and was the typical characteristic of kings. All kinds of creatures would bow down and worship them whenever they encountered them. However, the inexplicable appearance of the human race broke this norm. They were born like this, and this shocked all the races. At first, the other races were all terrified after seeing so many humanoid creatures. Later on, they found out that this race was incomparably weak and gradually felt relieved. Some of the ancient races were furious, thinking that this was a humiliation to the archaic kings. They almost wiped out the entire human race. However, not all the creatures of the archaic era were vicious and evil. They could distinguish right from wrong. Some powerful races appeared to protect the human race, and only then did they continue to exist. During the long years, the Great Earth naturally couldn't avoid countless battles. All kinds of creatures could be drawn into it, and the human race was no exception. They were extremely rare and weak, but they had the space to grow. A supreme existence that could contend against the 9 transformations divine silkworm had appeared, shocking all the races of the archaic era. Only then did the human race have a place in the world. They were no longer the prey of other races. Can you be more specific? For example, what techniques do they have? How do they cultivate them? How did they appear? Wu Zhongtian asked. Before the Great Calamity, I was too young and my knowledge was limited. I only knew some simple things. The monkey sighed. He was from the archaic royal race, but because he was too young, his understanding of that era was extremely limited. When the Great Calamity arrived, he was mysteriously sealed and slept for millions of years. The origins of the human race are mysterious. They should have come from the outer realms. The monkey spoke of some past events he knew. Their techniques are very primitive, but their power is extraordinary. The true sun's secret art could imitate the extreme yang of heaven and earth and create the innate world. It was extremely powerful and could be said to be extremely terrifying. It was an ancient holy art of the human race. As expected, Li Heishui sighed. He had obtained a black beast bone from the mountain range where the holy cliff was located. On it was recorded an incomplete technique of the true sun's secret art. At that time, they had even discussed it. The true sun chant was one of the most ancient saint arts of the human race. Even the ancient emperors had studied it before and received inspiration from it. When they created the ancient scriptures, they needed to derive all kinds of arts and techniques. The true crescent Yin incantation imitated the extreme Yin of heaven and earth. It was the opposite of the true sun incantation and could be said to be the most powerful of the extreme Yin. It was also a holy art of the primordial humans, and even now, it was considered an ancient scripture. The human race is extremely mysterious. Their numbers extremely few. Who would have thought that after endless years, they would become so prosperous, suppressing all other races? The monkey sighed. He really didn't know much about the primeval age. He didn't even know much about the bloodline of the sacred battle apes. He only remembered that his father had died and his uncle had gone to the western desert. Yi Fan and the others speculated that the great calamity of the primordial era was probably because the world had changed and was no longer suitable for living beings to live in. The path of cultivation had been severed, which was why there was a great extinction. However, after hearing that, the monkey shook its head and said, "The ancient prophecy came true. Only then did the ancient races retreat. At that time, the monkey was still a child. It was impossible for him to come into contact with the highest secrets. He only knew bits and pieces. The reason why he could grow to where he was now was because he had awakened long ago in the strange stone of the immortal tomb. He had cultivated for many years and only had such achievements now. Then, he was cut out by Yi Fan. When the primordial royalty cultivated to the extreme realm and took human form, they would be honored as emperors. This was the first time Yi Fan and the others had heard of it. In the past, they had always been referred to as the primordial kings. Before the ancient emperors died, they were like gods. They could see through the past and the future and left behind some prophecies. Later on, all of them were confirmed to be true. The monkey didn't say much about these. He didn't understand them and couldn't explain the truth of the great calamity of the primordial era. Yi Fan and the others felt regretful. This was an ancient mystery. Even this living fossil couldn't understand it, so who else could know? Some of the primordial races were sealed, and some should have gone to the outer realm. The monkey shook its head and didn't want to say anything more. Are there immortals or not? Li Heishui suddenly asked. The few of them quieted down. They all wanted to know the answer. There should be. My father was an invincible emperor. It's a pity that when I was born, his lifespan dried up and he died not long after. When the monkey wasn't even 3 years old, his father, the sacred emperor who shook the primordial era, died. Other than the inheritance of his race, he didn't leave anything for him. However, he remembered the words of the ancient emperor. In the most ancient era, there should have been immortals, but they couldn't be seen in the future. The few of them were lost in thought. Even the monkey's father, an invincible emperor of the primordial era, said that it had to be traced back to the most ancient era. What kind of period was that so-called most ancient era? What had happened in the past? What kind of past events were there? Forbidden ancient land, undying mountain, ruins of God, ancient origin mine, immortal mausoleum, these places. Yi Fan and the others mentioned the 7 great forbidden zones. There weren't so many forbidden zones in the primordial era. There should be a few less. The monkey said. Forbidden ancient land and undying mountain had never been heard of in the primordial era. The monkey speculated that those should be terrifying forbidden zones that were formed later on, comparable to the danger zones of the past, or even surpassing them. Ancient origin mine, that was the supreme holy land of the primordial races. In the ancient era that had passed away, only the unparalleled primordial emperors could enter. The emperors of the primordial creatures were very difficult to form. Just like the great human emperors, there weren't many since ancient times. The members of the great primordial royal races, once they succeeded, their strength would indeed be extremely powerful, but they would still be a bit weaker than emperors. It was incredibly difficult to become emperors. You don't know what's in ancient origin mine? Jianghu was shocked. In the ancient era that had passed away, only a few ancient emperors and the masters of a few great royal races had entered. The monkey was regretful. The battling sacred ape race is most likely only left with you. You are the master of the sacred ape race, so won't you be able to enter in the future? Li Heishui asked. So many years have passed. According to what you guys said, it has already evolved into one of the 7 great forbidden zones. If one doesn't become an emperor, he will definitely die if he enters. The monkey shook his head. He still has an uncle in the western desert. The large black dog grinded his teeth, muttering. The immortal tomb is rumored to be the tomb of a few immortals. It is vast and boundless, not a single blade of grass growing, a land of blood stretching for tens of thousands of li. In the archaic era it was a forbidden zone. The emperors of the archaic era had previously said that this was a land where immortals were buried. They couldn't approach it, or else they would undoubtedly die. It was the most dangerous region under the heavens. Now, after endless years passed, there was finally a bit of life force there. Quite a few exceptional spiritual medicines grew in the land of blood, but unfortunately, no one dared to pluck them. It was because it was difficult for even the ancient sages to come out after entering and devour the lives of others. However, there were also emperors who said that what you hear is false, and what you see is true. If you haven't seen an immortal, then there are no immortals. The monkey added. The emperors of the archaic era were extremely terrifying, unrivaled in the world. There weren't many who could contend against them. There were countless races, billions of creatures, but in the endless years, there were only a few individuals. It was to the extent where there were even fewer than the great emperors of the human race. Their opinions weren't the same either, their understanding of immortals greatly different. The ruins of God are rumored to have fallen from another world. The monkey's words shocked everyone. The history of the ruins of God was extremely ancient, and it was impossible to trace it back. Even the most ancient emperors of the archaic races couldn't deduce its age. The ruins of God are so ancient? Even the large black dog sucked in a breath of cold air. In the ruins of God, there were indeed shocking historical remains like the southern heavenly gate and the heavenly palace. They had stood for millions of years without dying, and were not something that could be preserved by humans. Could there really be a vast and mysterious celestial realm? Yi Fan frowned. In his eyes, the cultivators of this world were comparable to the celestials of legends and myths. If there was another mysterious world, he really didn't know what kind of people there were. However, he had always been suspicious, and didn't believe that celestials really existed. The great emperors of ancient times were already at the limit of cultivation. Although he had seen 9 dragons pulling a coffin, those were most likely flood dragons of the saint level, and not celestial spirits. I've never heard of the celestial realm, but I've heard my old father mention the word celestial realm. The monkey said slowly. The monkey's old father had lived for a frighteningly long time. As an ancient emperor, his achievements were profound, and he could be said to be one of the most powerful beings in all of history. His lifespan was reaching its end, and he had a son in his later years. On his deathbed, he had once talked about the celestial realm, saying that it most likely existed, but that was his regret, as he could not enter it while he was still alive. My little uncle said that my father was born at the wrong time, or else he would have had a sliver of a chance. Unfortunately, the heaven and earth underwent a great change, and he had no fate with the celestial realm, so he couldn't divine it. The monkey's father could only sigh in the end, feeling incredibly lonely, because even in the end, he couldn't personally verify his own guess. The ancient emperors believed that the ruins of God didn't belong to this world, and that it should have fallen from a mysterious place. The opinions of these people were known by all races. The southern heavenly gate and the heavenly palace have never been destroyed since ancient times. There are tens of thousands of streaks of golden light over there, and thousands of strands of auspicious aura spew out purple mist. The large black dog muttered to himself, his eyes extremely deep. Is there really a celestial realm? That's not very possible. Li Heishui and the others frowned. It fell from another world. Could there really be celestials? Wu Zhongtian muttered to himself. His grandfather was extremely knowledgeable, and had made many deductions in the past. Big brother, what are celestials? Little Nan Nan tugged on the corner of Yi Fan's clothes, and asked innocently with an expression of hope. Yi Fan patted her head and said, they are an illusory and intangible existence. Perhaps they have never appeared before, and even if they did, they wouldn't exist in this world. Little Nan Nan nodded, not really understanding. Undying Mountain. It sounds a little familiar, but this ancient mountain didn't exist in the ancient era. The monkey frowned, and talked about another forbidden land. Think carefully again. What kind of place was the Undying Mountain in the ancient era? The large black dog asked. Emperor Wu Shi and the merciless emperor had both entered the Undying Mountain, and they had left behind indelible marks under the ancient comprehension tea tree. The large black dog wanted to know more. I really haven't heard of the Undying Mountain, but in the legends of the ancient era, there was an undying heavenly emperor. The monkey pondered for a long time, and finally thought of such an almost illusory figure. However, he couldn't confirm whether he had ever existed or not. The Undying Heavenly Emperor. Dares to use such a name? Even the large black dog was shocked. The first master of the Undying Divine Phoenix medicine is said to be the Undying Heavenly Emperor. According to the legends, he has almost surpassed the immortals, and many people don't believe that he has ever existed. The monkey shook his head. Chapter 522. Undying Heavenly Emperor. Legend has it that he almost surpassed deities. Not even the archaic races were sure if he had ever existed, so one could imagine just how miraculous he was. Was Undying Mountain truly something he evolved? This wasn't too likely. He had already died during the archaic years, so there was no way he could have lived until the future. Immortals were illusory, and even archaic emperors couldn't live forever. There was a time when they passed away. The monkey's old father was like this. After experiencing endless years, his age was terrifyingly ancient, terrifying to the extreme, yet he still couldn't live forever. Undying Taoist. Yi Fan thought of the undying Taoist on the sacred cliff. That cliff was cut off from Undying Mountain, and the death of the great completion divine physique might very well be related to it. Later on, he was suppressed by great Emperor Wuxia with the divine seal. From this, it wasn't hard to see how terrifying the undying Taoist was. He was definitely an unmatched existence that could contend against ancient great emperors. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to have such accomplishments. Undying Heavenly Emperor definitely isn't him. If he truly existed, then he would be an expert that almost surpassed deities. The monkey said. After hearing everything about the sacred cliff, he came to this conclusion. His words were full of praise for the undying Heavenly Emperor. He is a deity in the hearts of countless archaic races. No one in the heavens above or earth below could defeat him. The monkey said with a sigh. His old father was an archaic emperor. After experiencing endless years, he intimidated the entire archaic years, yet he still died in front of him, his lifespan drying up. He personally saw the fall of a generation's emperor of fighting. Even though he knew that his old father was world-shaking and unmatched, he still believed that the undying Heavenly Emperor was a bit stronger. It was because this was the deity in the archaic race's hearts. It was too illusory, and no one could confirm whether or not he existed. He was completely regarded as a legend by the people, almost needing to be worshipped. It is most likely that there was someone who incomparably revered the undying Heavenly Emperor, and that is why they named Undying Mountain like this. The existence that resided there might have a bit of relationship with him, perhaps obtaining his inheritance. The monkey said. What a pity, what a pity. Emperor of fighting, undying Heavenly Emperor, these types of grand existences couldn't become immortals either, dying in the passage of time. Wasn't it the same for the ancient emperors of the human race? In the end, didn't they all fall one after another? Emperor Vicious was so amazing and terrifying. He looked down on the world and was invincible. In the end, he even gave birth to a divine fetus and lived longer than ordinary great emperors. However, he still disappeared in the river of time. That's right. How many heroes have turned to dust? Great Emperor Wuxia was the greatest throughout the ages. He stood proudly in the universe, but in the end, he was defeated by time and passed away in meditation in the Purple Mountain. No matter how great the ancient emperors and great emperors were, not a single one of them could survive. This in itself was a great sorrow. Immortals were things that people yearned for, but they couldn't touch them. How many races, how many unparalleled figures were born throughout the ages, yet none of them were able to undo the shackles of fate. Little Nan Nan tugged at the corner of Yi Fan's clothes, raised her childish little face, and asked tenderly, "Big brother, what is a god?" It's also a kind of illusory existence, just like immortals. Perhaps it's a legend that was derived from the most powerful person in the ancient times after he was deified, Yi Fan replied. Why can't we be sure if they exist? The little fellow's eyelashes trembled. The black and white in her big eyes were distinct and incomparably pure. That's right. It's precisely because they can't be understood and are shrouded in a mysterious veil that there are all kinds of legends and such titles. Yi Fan patted her head and said, "Perhaps immortals and gods were created like this." The theory of no immortals. The monkey's eyes were a little dim as he thought of his father again. The Emperor of Fighting was one of the most powerful existences throughout the ages. It was said that he contended with the heavens for supremacy, suppressed the sun and moon with his hands, and plucked the stars with a flick of his fingers. However, he also passed away with regret because he was an immortal. Unparalleled experts don't respect immortals, but in the end, having no faith is also a kind of sorrow. These were the monkey's father's last words. In the future, little Nan Nan believes that Big Brother is a god. Does that mean that Big Brother will evolve into a real god? Little Nan Nan blinked her big eyes and said in a whimsical manner. The large black dog mumbled something. No one heard it clearly, but Yi Fan's heart stirred. Little Nan Nan was a nascent soul. What kind of background did she have? They asked the monkey many questions. Unfortunately, he was too young back then, and his understanding was really limited. He wasn't a pure living fossil, so he couldn't provide more answers. In the past, we always referred to the primordial emperors and the royal clan as the primordial kings. Only now do we know that there's actually a difference. There are only a few primordial emperors. The forbidden ancient realm. The monkey frowned. After hearing the few of them describe the exact location, he seemed to have thought of something. This forbidden area didn't exist in the primordial age. It had evolved later. He pondered for a long time before saying, "If I'm not wrong, the mysterious primordial humans appeared there." In the primordial age, the forbidden ancient realm was extremely mysterious. It was rumored to be related to the outer realm. It was very likely that it was connected to the Z-Wei ancient imperial star, and there was an ancient path hidden there. Yi Fan's heart stirred. There was indeed a 5-colored altar beneath the ancient abyss. It was definitely an ancient path in the galaxy. Could it be that it had existed for so long? The world is going to be chaotic. Without powerful strength, we won't be able to establish a foothold in the future. The kings of the human race will appear at the same time, and the Extraordinary Scholar Academy will reopen. The primordial races will return, and divine spirits will also appear. This is really a chaotic world, the large black dog mumbled. Hearing him say this, the few of them all felt pressured. In the future, the world would definitely be ruled by the strong. Ordinary cultivators would most likely not be enough. If all those races appeared, heaven knew what kind of flourishing era it would be. At that time, there might even be a shocking battle between the emperors and sovereigns. Since ancient times, there has never been 2 great emperors born in the same era. However, this time is a little mysterious. It's too long ago. In the present day, even a single saint has appeared. The few of them chatted as they walked forward, strolling in the Jade Lake Pure Land. They were not in a hurry to return to the purple bamboo forest where they resided. The Jade Lake was very vast, and there were all kinds of terrains. After passing through the hilly region, they arrived at the shore of a group of lakes with beautiful scenery. There were many lakes here, and they were like mirrors. They sparkled and reflected soft light. Every small lake was clear and translucent, and there were all kinds of strange fish and auspicious beasts in the water. Beside the lakes, the scenery was picturesque. Weeping willows were like smoke, divine trees were sparkling, and fresh flowers were blooming. Petals fell like rain, and waves of fragrance wafted through the air. There were many lakes here, and the scenery was picturesque. There were some elites of the younger generation strolling here, making friends and talking about something. Once Yi Fan and the others arrived here, they discovered a few holy maidens. Every single one of them was surrounded by some young men. They were all in the center, and they were surrounded by others. Are these people trying to steal those holy sons' women? Luko asked. His eyes darted around, sweeping his gaze here and there. Don't cause trouble, Wu Zhongtian reminded. They are nothing. How can they be as fierce as little Yi? For the sake of the innate saint physique, he cultivated a second Wu Shi, and directly killed the Purple Mansion Saint. He's so fierce. They are just playing around. Why does everything have a different meaning when it comes out of your mouths? Yi Fan glared at them a few times. We are speaking the truth. Great Emperor Wu Shi is so powerful. Before becoming a god emperor, he caught an extreme saint weapon with his bare hands. Since ancient times, who has been able to do that? Zhang Huairan said. If there is a chance to cultivate such a descendant, we will snatch the child's mother even if we have to, Li Heishui said. Bad guy, names like Heishui. Your grandfather is really far-sighted. He has already predicted your temperaments, Yi Fan teased. Little Yi, we are doing this for your own good. The second great emperor Wu Shi, this is the first opportunity that can be replicated. Luko called out. F***CK. The large black dog was very unhappy to hear this, but in the end, he nodded and said, this is a rare opportunity. It is very worth considering. If such a physique appears, I will go all out and send him to the Purple Mountain. In the future, he will be able to defeat all the kings. There was a young man in front of them. His whole body was overflowing with holy light, and every strand of his hair was sparkling. It was the Yao Guang Saint. He had awed all his peers in the Eastern Barren Territory, and he was like the sun in the sky. Beside him, there were many female disciples of the great sex, and there were also a few male disciples. Like stars surrounding the moon, they surrounded him. Brother Yi. The Yao Guang Saint looked over. Then, he parted the crowd and walked over. Those beautiful women and a few male followers all looked surprised. They were all disciples of famous sects, so they naturally knew everything that Yi Fan had done. Nowadays, he was the only person who had consecutively killed a saint. He had the power to suppress the younger generation of the Eastern Barren territory. At present, there were no more than 5 people who could compete with him. When these people faced Yi Fan, they were all slightly nervous. This delicate and handsome youth looked harmless, but he was definitely a killing god. This was a kind of might. Now, Yi Fan could faintly intimidate the majority of the younger generation of the Eastern Barren territory, giving them a strong sense of oppression. I heard that you have also been targeted by the ancient killer god dynasty. We have become brothers in hardship, Yi Fan said with a smile. I really don't know who hired them to kill me. The Yao Guang saint shook his head. The smile on his face did not diminish, and his whole body was exuding a golden light. Didn't they fail? They really want to destroy their own reputation. The ancient killer god dynasty is only a... Yi Fan said. Brother Ye's cultivation level is unfathomable. Perhaps you will really put the ancient killer god dynasty on the spot. The Yao Guang saint smiled and said, however, don't be careless. In this period of time, they have already consecutively killed 29 seniors. Among them was a sect leader, and they have not failed once. Is that so? Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. Before, they misjudged Brother Yi and focused on training the younger generation. If they keep failing, they will definitely send out the older generation to kill you mercilessly. The heirs of the large sects were mainly women. They quietly watched the two talk, and no one dared to interrupt them. They all had a trace of respect. If the two of them fought, no one could be sure who would live and who would die. But the winner would definitely be able to fight for the position of number 1 among the younger generation of the Eastern Barren territory. At this moment, in everyone's eyes, the two of them were both smiling without a trace of hostility. It was difficult to cause sparks to fly and fight. Brother Yi, the Super Yen saint, Xianxia, walked over with a smile on his face. Beside him were the Dao Yi saint and a few heirs of the top sections. Killing intent rose in Yi Fan's heart. That night, Xianxia had definitely appeared and wanted to attack, but in the end, he did not enter Wu Shi's killing matrix. He hated this kind of person who was a gentleman in public but sinister behind his back. However, a bright smile hung on his face, and his killing intent was not obvious. Xianxia, long time no see, said Wu Zhongtian. Wu Zhongtian said with a cold smile on his face. That night, they all knew that this person had appeared. Xianxia did not mind. The Dao Yi saint walked up side by side and greeted them calmly. Yi Fan also smiled insincerely and responded warmly. He also said a few polite words to the disciples of the top sections. What a pity! The Purple Mansion Saint and the 10,000 Beginnings Saint will never appear again. Xianxia shook his head. I never thought that they would actually provoke Brother Yi. The Dao Yi Saint also sighed. Yi Fan and the others were startled. They had not expected them to bring up this matter. They did not know what they meant. On the other side, the Yaoguang Saint smiled and did not say anything. Hearing this, the other disciples all began to discuss and beat around the bush. They asked Yi Fan about it, but no one dared to ask directly because it was too sensitive. Humph! A cold snort was heard. A few elders from the lakeside in the distance looked over coldly and stared at Yi Fan. Damn it! Yi Fan's heart turned cold. The Great Yen Saint and the Dao Yi Saint's reminder caused the others to discuss, but they themselves did not say anything. In the distance, a few grand elders of the Purple Mansion Saint and the 10,000 Beginnings Saint happened to pass by. It was too much of a coincidence. You are that divine body? A purple-clothed elder's expression was ice-cold as he stared at him. That's right, it's me, Yi Fan replied calmly. Now, everyone knew that Yi Fan had killed the Purple Mansion Saint and the 10,000 Beginnings Saint. However, no one pointed it out. After all, the two of them had concealed their faces when they went to kill Yi Fan. Heroes come from the young. Another elder's voice was bone-chilling, and there was obvious killing intent. You flatter me. Yi Fan was really calm and acted like he didn't care. At that moment, the elders' expressions darkened. The two saints of the two families had been killed by this person in front of them. This made them infuriated. To the two great sage saints, this was a humiliation. However, they could not kill Yi Fan in front of everyone. They did not dare to do so at all. After all, there was an ancient saint behind him. He couldn't make a big show of himself, but if someone secretly got rid of Yi Fan, then that would be a different matter. It's not a good thing for young people to be so aggressive. Showing off one's abilities easily leads to premature death. The elders' killing intent surged towards Yi Fan. It was very difficult for outsiders to sense it, so they could not attack immediately. However, they had already made a decision in their hearts. Yi Fan did not care. The other party could only show their killing intent. He believed that they would not dare to kill him in public. Since ancient times, many peerless geniuses have fallen in their youth. Many amazing geniuses are too arrogant and do not know their limits. It is very difficult for them to grow. The elders' expressions became colder and colder, revealing their killing intent. Is that so? Yi Fan didn't seem to mind. He gave them a few indifferent looks and said, I heard that 2 holy children have fallen. Sigh, perhaps they were just too stunning. They were all exceptional geniuses. What a pity. As soon as he said this, the elders almost vomited blood from anger. This was simply hurting their lungs and liver. If they were to use their words, they would almost choke to death. A bunch of old things. The monkey suddenly spoke. He was in human form and looked like a young man in his 20s. No one knew where he came from. Hearing him speak like this, they were all shocked. Junior, didn't your elders teach you how to respect your elders? You are so young, but you dare to speak nonsense in front of your elders. You don't know what's good for you. The elders' expressions were cold. They naturally did not know that this was a sacred battle ape. Flaunting your seniority. All of you scram. The monkey was quite domineering. His eyes straightened as he berated the elders in front of everyone. Chapter 523. You. At such a young age, you have no respect for your elders. How dare you speak to us like this? I will discipline you on behalf of your elders. An old man waved his sleeves, aiming straight for the monkey's face. It was as if he wanted to break his teeth and humiliate him. The old man's cultivation level surpassed that of the dragon transformation's secret realm. At their level, if they were to land a hit, even godly metal would shatter, let alone flesh and blood. Bang! The monkey was not afraid. He casually waved his hand, and Battle Saint light gushed out like a rainbow. His entire body was dyed golden. Pop! The old man's sleeves instantly became a tattered fishing net, torn apart by the golden essence chi. His sleeves fluttered like butterflies. Who are you? He rapidly retreated, feeling that something was wrong. A mountain-like pressure rushed towards him. The monkey's speed was too fast. The Battle Saint light flashed and disappeared. He took a big step forward, and his golden hand came down, sucking away all the essence chi in the air. Bang! The old man's arm immediately bent and was broken by the monkey's slap. He broke out in cold sweat on the spot. You want to slap my face just because you're old? The monkey's temper was very explosive. As a member of the Battle Saint tribe, he feared nothing in the world. Boom! He sent the old man flying with a slap, and then slapped down again, directly smashing the old man into the ground like a stake. You think you can teach me a lesson? Even if an ancient saint comes back to life, he doesn't have the qualifications. The monkey was furious. His background was too shocking, and he indeed had the confidence to say such words. His father was the Battle Saint Emperor of the primordial era, looking down on the world with disdain. In the past, even such a powerful father had never spoken to him like this. He was naturally not happy with the arrogant words of the Z Palace old man. You really think you're the reincarnation of an ancient emperor? You actually want to discipline this old man? You're really tired of living. Li Heishui grumbled. Junior, you. The old man who was smashed into the ground was also furious. He began to struggle violently. Pah! The monkey didn't say anything else and went up to slap him. He coldly laughed and said, You dare to teach me a lesson on behalf of my father? Stop! A few elders at the side stepped forward and attacked the monkey at the same time. Cold electricity shot out from the monkey's golden eyes. He didn't care at all. He swung his hand and slapped the old man over 10 times. The old man who had fallen to the ground spat out large mouthfuls of blood and was in a sorry state. Buzz! The void trembled. Several elders were furious, large hands covering the sky, wishing to suppress him, all of them forcing him over. Bang! Bang! The monkey was as fast as lightning, clashing a palm strike with each of them. Battle's sacred light gushed out, illuminating the surrounding lake in a resplendent manner. Thud, thud, thud. Everyone retreated together as their arms went limp. They couldn't stop the monkey even if they joined forces. All of them were injured. Who exactly are you? They knew that this was definitely a terrifying existence, and it was likely that he was even stronger than the Holy Master. After all, they weren't ordinary supreme elders. They were already half-step almighties, yet they couldn't fight back at all. If this person wanted to kill them, it wouldn't take much effort. I don't want to kill anyone in the Jade Lake. All of you scram. The monkey's golden eyes opened, powerful and domineering. In the surroundings, all the saints, saintesses, and the descendants of the supreme sex were all tongue-tied. Who was this master? He even dared to berate a half-step almighty like this. How terrifying, he can even suppress a half-step almighty with a raise of his hand. When did such a god appear? He isn't any weaker than a peak holy master, and he doesn't look very old. At this time, not to mention Xianxia, even the Alcade saint revealed a strange expression. He stared at the battle-sacred ape thoughtfully. As for the others, they were all moved. Everyone was uneasy. The monkey looked to be about the same age as them, yet he had such battle prowess. This was somewhat frightening. You! A few elders were so angry that their bodies were trembling. What about me? Hurry up and disappear. If you dare to speak to me like an elder again, I'll smash all of you with a rod. The monkey swept his gaze over them. A young man who looked to be no more than 20 years old was arrogant and disdainful, looking down on the half-step almighty of the older generation. It was unknown how many years it had been since such a scene had happened. Good, good, good. A few elders turned around and left. Before they left, they glared at the monkey a few times. You still dare to have killing intent? The monkey was different from ordinary people. His spiritual senses were extremely sharp. Without another word, he slapped over again. Pa, pa. A few elders wanted to resist, but they were all sent flying. Many parts of their bones were broken, and they were sent flying hundreds of feet away like scarecrows. A few of them almost fell into a lake. They landed miserably and coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. Their faces were all pale, and at the same time, they revealed looks of astonishment. Brother Monkey, you're powerful enough. Jianghu grinned, and he almost laughed out loud. In the surroundings, the others were all incomparably respectful. Facing such an expert, no one dared to get close. Battle Sacred Tribe. In the distance, beside a lake, a purple-clothed girl softly said. No one heard her. She was as beautiful as heaven and earth, and purple light surrounded her body. Xiantian Dao embryo. Li Heishui exclaimed in a low voice. Sister-in-law, the second is Wuxia's mother. Lu Ko was even more direct. In the surroundings, everyone was speechless. They had all heard rumors about the Xiantian Dao embryo, but they didn't think that these people would really have such thoughts. Everyone looked at Yi Fan with strange expressions. The Purple Mansion Holy Maiden was as ethereal as a fairy. She turned and left, as if she didn't want to meet them. Her clothes fluttered in the wind, and she seemed transcendent. This brother is Saint Son of Grand Yen, Xianxia, spoke. He felt uneasy in his heart. He didn't think that there would be such an expert beside Yi Fan. Saint Sun Dao Yi was also paying attention. He was anxious to know who the monkey was. He exchanged a glance with Saint Sun of Grand Yen, and then he also went up to ask about the monkey. The monkey didn't like to bother with them, and this made the group of people feel bored. They dispersed unhappily. Yi Fan felt a cold killing intent flash by. His divine sense was extremely powerful, and he could keenly sense the source. Holy Maiden of all beginnings. In the distance, a woman walked over gracefully. Her back was beautiful and moving. Beside her was Yao Shi. She was like a fairy from a painting, with bright eyes and white teeth. Her black hair reached her waist, and she was extremely intelligent. I finally know why Great Emperor Wuxia is the enemy of the world. Killing one will implicate many. He can't be defeated, and he will always kill. Yi Fan sighed. The surrounding people were horrified. Now that he was known as the Saint Sun Killer, could it be that he wanted to start a massacre? 5 days later, the Jade Lake meeting began. The The Pure Land was bustling with noise and excitement. Lords from all over came to visit, and experts from all over the world gathered. The Jade Lake meeting was also known as the Feast of Peaches. It was held every 500 years, and experts as common as clouds would come to participate. However, this time, it was different from the past. Some strange stones were involved, and the heroes were allowed to watch. It really is like a meeting of immortals, Yi Fan exclaimed. This was a jade palace floating in the air. There were lotus ponds and flowers everywhere, and mist curled up beneath their feet. It was as if they were in the heavenly realm. People arrived on clouds one after another, and all of them had great backgrounds. It was as if they were immortals attending a meeting. Central Prefecture's Gu Hua Emperor has arrived. Arctic Divine Ice Palace Lord has arrived. Western Desert's Du-Yi Divine Monk has arrived. Southern Mountains War God Temple's War King has arrived. Great characters appeared one after another. All kinds of divine carriages flickered with multicolored light as they crushed through the sky like the mounts of gods. At a glance, they were all pulled by flood dragons and flying phoenixes. Every beast was incomparably powerful and extraordinary. Do you see that Baldy's head is covered in layers of divine rings? His cultivation is terrifying. Lu Ko pointed out. Lower your voice, that's a divine monk from the Western Desert. His cultivation is terrifying. I think he's already an Arhat or even a venerable. Isn't the Arctic Divine Temple an ancient sacred land on the extreme ice field? Even their palace lord has come from so far away. The Jade Lake's face is really big. Southern Mountains War God Temple is said to have the secret to becoming a god. Even their war king has come. It wasn't just Li Heishui and the others who were discussing this. Great characters appeared one after another from all over the world, and there were even many eccentric people. Here, celestial music was playing and all kinds of spiritual birds and beasts appeared. On the white clouds, there were many palaces. Strange flowers bloomed and jade grass covered the ground. Immortal mist surged, but it was only knee-high. Many celestial cranes and phoenixes danced in the air while longevity apes carried peaches and poured wine. Why does it feel like I've arrived at the heavenly palace of legends? Yi Fan was astonished. Brother Yi. A clear laughter came from not far away. A man in golden battle clothes walked over with large strides. It was the descendant of the Gold Clan, Jin Qishao. Hee, Brother Jin. Yi Fan greeted him, but he was sneering inside. This person had once transformed into a god from the Dao Palace and entered Wu Shi's killing formation that night, but was killed by him. Behind him, an ancient golden chariot rumbled. There were ancient and mysterious markings engraved on it. 9 flood dragons pulled the chariot and stopped in the distance. The Gold Clan leader of the North Plains had arrived. Jin Qishao came with him. At this moment, he was extremely friendly when he saw Yi Fan. He didn't know that Yi Fan had already cultivated the divine eye, and clearly had killing intent in his heart. Let's drink and chat merrily in a while. Jin Qishao laughed loudly and left with the clan leader. If I didn't cultivate the divine eye, it really would be hard to tell the sincerity from the lies. Yi Fan stared at his back and shook his head. The supreme expert of the human race, Nangong Zheng, has arrived. Someone shouted loudly. When these words were spoken, everyone was greatly shocked. Even a few great figures stood up from the bejeweled buildings and jade palaces, looking outwards. Clouds and mist surged and flower petals danced in the air. Each and every one of them was pure and translucent. A path paved by sparkling and translucent petals rushed over from the horizon in a perfectly straight line. The legendary human expert, Nangong Zhang, cultivated the art of longevity. He made plants his home and ate exotic plants to allay his hunger. He never lacked spiritual herbs by his side. Nangong Zhang appeared again. No one wasn't shaken. There had long been rumors that he passed away in meditation 500 years ago. However, no one expected him to appear in this world several years ago. After that, it was rumored that he and a group of living fossils from the eastern wasteland entered the Bronze Immortal Palace and never returned. However, he actually appeared again today. No wonder the elders all call him the undying Nangong Zheng. Everyone wanted to know if he really entered the Bronze Immortal Palace and what kind of fortuitous encounter he had. I was lucky enough to escape from the Immortal Palace. Nangong Zheng let out a long sigh. When he said this, everyone was even more shocked. He actually really entered that terrifying bronze palace. One has to know that that was the tomb of a matchless expert. He actually came out alive. Many great characters came to greet him like stars surrounding the moon. They crowded him into the heavenly palace and wanted to know what happened. He also escaped. I wonder if he went even further than me and Jizue. Yi Fan was astonished. The immortal character's killing intent penetrates through the past and present. There is heaven and earth within the mystery, the blood of an ancient great emperor. Nangong Zheng's words transmitted over. Yi Fan's heart trembled. The other party definitely walked into the depths of the bronze immortal palace and saw the immortal character carved by the undying saint blood. Could it be that he walked behind the mysterious gate? Chapter 524. The bronze immortal palace was the tomb of a peerless monarch. Who knew how many heroes had been buried there? Every time it appeared, it would devour the lives of a group of peerless experts. Since ancient times, it had always been a mysterious place that no one could figure out. Nangong Zheng's return naturally caused a huge uproar. The older generation paid close attention to him and the various lords also came forward. The celestial palace was in an uproar. Everyone, I'll tell you everything I know. There's no need to be so anxious. Nangong Zheng smiled and walked into the celestial palace. He sat behind the jade table and drank a cup of wine. Everyone, there's no need to be like this. Since Brother Nangong has returned, do you think he doesn't know what happened? The Queen Mother of the West's cloudy hair was pulled up high with a 9-phoenix hairpin in it. She was dignified, holy, beautiful, and graceful. The clamor disappeared and everyone returned to their seats. Most of the people in this celestial palace were either lords of a region or geniuses with extraordinary statuses. Immortal music rang out as the jade pool's beauties began to dance. Their clothes fluttered in the wind like fairies. White clouds curled under their feet as if they were in the moon palace. Outside the palace, phoenixes soared in the sky, beautiful like rainbows. Spiritual birds held Ganoderma in their mouths as propitious air descended. Longevity apes offered peaches, filling the air with fragrance. In front of the jade hall, Ganoderma and orchids were everywhere. Exotic plants were spewing smoke, fish and dragons were leaping in the lotus pond. The clouds were rosy, and gold overflowed. Yi Fan was fortunate enough to be at the bottom of the heavenly palace. Only divine lords were allowed to sit in the heavenly palace. He was invited here as an extraordinary person, and the jade pool treated him with great courtesy. In the entire hall, only he and the monkey were so young. The others were all thousands of years old. Most of them had white hair that fell to their shoulders and eyes that had experienced the vicissitudes of life. Adding the ages of a few people together, they were close to 10,000 years old. It could be said that everyone here had a terrifying background. Even the weakest among them was the #1 cultivator in the 1,000 countries. Many people revealed strange expressions when they looked at Yi Fan. He had killed saints in succession, and even the various lords were alarmed and paid close attention to him. People knew that he was qualified to sit here because he was the successor of the Yuan Taoist master. The jade pool was going to ask him to seal the king of the stone. Most people didn't know where the monkey came from. He was proficient in the art of transformation, and was comparable to Yi Fan's art of changing heaven and earth. Even a divine lord wouldn't be able to tell. King Yuan's lineage and the few living fossils of the ancient Genesis technique families had all cultivated the divine eye or the heavenly eye, which was a divine art that they had to learn. Only they knew the origin of the monkey. Yi Fan sat down and wanted to listen to Nangong Zheng talk about the mysteries of the bronze immortal palace, but he never expected that it would be revealed. Soon, they would be drinking and talking about it. He retreated. There was nothing to talk about with these people. It was far better to drink and clink cups with Li Heishui and the others. The monkey also followed them out. He didn't know many people here, so he wasn't willing to drink with those old antiques. There was nothing to talk about. Outside the heavenly palace, there were many jade tables in the jade palaces. The fairies of the jade pool were flying on clouds, delivering all kinds of delicacies and fine wines. Little Yi, why did you come out? There will be Peach King of Immortality in the hole. Its medicinal power is strong and much bigger than the peaches outside, Li Heishui said. Yi Fan sat cross-legged behind a jade table and said with a smile, "It's fine. I'll go in later and bring some out for you." Little Nan Nan sat next to Yi Fan and obediently sat cross-legged. In the end, she found that she was almost submerged by the clouds. She was too young and immediately wrinkled her delicate little nose. The few of them laughed and carried the little fellow up, placing her on the jade table. Each person had a jade table, so no one would blame them. "Brother Yi, let me toast you." Xianxia walked over with a smile on his face. His golden battle robes flowed with brilliance, and he looked quite heroic. Yi Fan clinked cups with him and drank it in one gulp. He said with a smile, "I heard that Brother Jean was injured not long ago. Are you all right?" "I'm fine. I don't know why, but the ancient killer god dynasty also attacked me." Xianxia frowned. "We are in the same boat." Yao Guang's saint's son stood up and walked over with a jade cup. They stood together and naturally attracted a lot of attention. The other Eastern Wasteland heroes looked over at the same time, paying close attention. "You are the descendant of the Golden King bloodline." The monkey's golden eyes shot out lightning as he stared at Xianxia and said, "Unfortunately, your blood is no longer pure. Your bloodline is no longer as powerful as the immemorial emperors." As soon as he said this, everyone looked over. Many people knew that the Golden Clan of Northern Plains was an immemorial race, but few would mention it because this topic was too sensitive. Unexpectedly, the monkey not only pointed it out, but also saw the problem of the bloodline inheritance. Xianxia revealed a strange expression, but he didn't say anything. He raised his cup and drank the wine. "Caw!" The fire crow let out a long cry and drew a black beam of light in the distance. It arrived in the blink of an eye like a black bolt of lightning, and an old Taoist wearing feathered robes appeared. "That's the crow Taoist. He's still alive." Many elders were shocked. Yi Fan's heart also jumped. He had seen this peerless old demon in the 8th level of the fire domain. He had destroyed a pile of divine metal and killed a major character of the Ji clan with just a few blows. This is a giant of the demonic race, a character of the same generation as the Crimson Dragon Taoist. He has lived for more than 3,000 years and is half a generation older than all the Saint Masters. Those who recognized him all felt a chill down their spines and quickly got out of the way. This old demon hadn't appeared in the world for more than 1,000 years, but his ferocious name hadn't been forgotten. The Jade Pool's Supreme Elder welcomed him and politely invited him into the Heavenly Palace, not daring to be negligent. Not long after, the Longevity Ape began to offer peaches, and the Feast of Peaches of Immortality began. A few spiritual peaches were placed on every table, and their fragrance permeated the air. Everyone toasted and chatted loudly. The immemorial imperial race was about to come into the world, and the disciples of the Holy Lands had long since heard about it. They were all discussing it. Jianghu and Li Heishui dragged Yi Fan and insisted on toasting. They purposely went to the saint and saintess. "Let's see which saint is the weakest first. When the time comes, help us get rid of him and help us enter the eccentric college. Anyway, they all want to kill you," Luko said very unkindly. "Fairy is transcendent, with skin of ice and bones of jade. My heart yearns for you, but I feel inferior." Jianghu chased after the saintess of all beginnings, chattering non-stop. "Little uncle, what are you doing?" Jiang Yifei's sister, Jiang Kaixian, happened to be standing at the side. She stepped forward to stop her bandit-like uncle and rebuked him. "I want to find a little ant for you," Jiang muttered in a low voice. Jiang Kaixian was beautiful and lively. At this moment, she couldn't help but roll her eyes and glare at this little uncle. "Damn it!" The group of people glared at him, especially the disciples of all beginnings. Their saint was killed by Yi Fan, so they had already been suppressing a belly full of anger. "Xianxia Fairy, have you heard of the innate saint physique?" On the other side, Lu Ko asked the Purple Mansion Saintess seriously and toasted her seriously. Many people directly spat out the wine in their mouths after hearing this. This was too direct. The disciples of the Purple Mansion all stood up. Yi Fan walked over. He didn't deliberately release his aura, but there was a formless pressure that made everyone's heart palpitate. They all silently retreated. Now that the saint physique had been formed, he already had the power to intimidate his peers. Except for a few people, the younger generation of the Eastern Barren Territory couldn't compete with him. Suddenly, there was a commotion not far away. Many people ran toward the gate of the Heavenly Palace. All the saints and saintesses hurried over. They knew that the Heavenly Palace must be discussing something far-reaching. They didn't have the right to enter, but they could listen at the gate. Yi Fan and the monkey could enter, so they flew over. They didn't want to miss it. I saw the remains of many peerless experts in the Bronze Palace. Nangong Zheng began to narrate his experience. He and many living fossils who didn't have much lifespan left entered the Bronze Immortal Palace. It could be said that it was a narrow escape. Apart from him, everyone else had died inside. What Nangong Zheng said was almost the same as what Yi Fan had experienced. However, they had relied on absolute strength to fight their way in. They weren't like Yi Fan, who had relied on the power of the green bronze block to survive. Nangong Zheng's group bled with every step. Chaotic sword rays shot out from inside and killed almost half of them. The gate of Yinyang had also devoured a large number of old antiques. The immortal character is dripping with blood. It was carved in the primordial era and hasn't dried up even now. It emits an ancient killing intent. Nangong Zheng's voice was gloomy as he slowly spoke. The group of living fossils joined hands and walked a step further than Yi Fan's group. They actually entered the world inside the mysterious gate. That kind of blood is extremely terrifying. 2 living fossil seniors went up to collect some for research, but as soon as they touched it, they turned to ashes. Nangong Zheng spoke. The terrifying experience made him frown slightly, as if there was still lingering fear in his heart. Yi Fan was horrified. He inwardly rejoiced that he didn't touch that terrifying immortal blood back then. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to escape death. Is it really immortal blood? The Arctic Ice Divine Palace's mistress asked. A few seniors speculated that it was the blood of an ancient great emperor that could kill all creatures in this world. What? Everyone cried out in alarm. The ancient great emperors were too sensitive. Everything related to them could stir up heaven-overflowing waves. An ancient great emperor died inside? No one believed it. Those people's names shook the ages and everyone in the world knew about them. Which one of them would die inside? The people here were all overlords of an area, the masters of this great land. They had seen many things, yet at this moment, they were still overwhelmed with shock. Those living fossil-level figures all came from the lands of the great sage. You all should know that their words should be trustworthy, right? Nangong Zheng said. The heroes here naturally knew that those people were all people who were about to pass away in meditation in the lands of the great sage. Some of them were their senior brothers whose blood had dried up, and there were even some little martial uncle-level figures. Did the Bronze Immortal Palace exist in the archaic era? Yi Fan transmitted sound, secretly asking the battle-sacred ape. The monkey frowned and said, I seem to have heard my old father mention it before. Back then, I was too young and my memories were blurry. I don't know the specifics. Yi Fan's heart was shaken. This Bronze Immortal Palace really was ancient enough, actually able to trace back to the archaic era. Nangong Zheng and the others heard a few ancient scriptures there and were truly attracted. After walking into the mysterious gate, they were almost completely wiped out. Some kind of aura almost turned them all into powder. Just a type of aura almost tore you all apart? The people here were all stupefied and almost didn't dare to believe it. What kind of figures were those who entered? They all knew that they were all experts who stood at the peak. They wanted to find an opportunity to break through and prolong their lives, to walk a bit further on the path of cultivation. What kind of existence was that exactly? Everyone almost couldn't imagine it. That was the aura of Great Emperor Vicious. When Nangong Zheng said this, everyone stood up in shock. What? This is impossible. Don't tell me he's still alive? He's probably one of the great emperors who has lived for the longest. It's at least 200,000 years since then. Everyone was stunned, and their faces were full of shock. This ancient great emperor was different from others. He was the enemy of the entire world, slaughtering his way through the world. He fought against all the experts under the heavens alone. His growth process was too bumpy, and he narrowly escaped death. However, it was also too terrifying. That was a path stained with blood, and it was practically a world of his own. I didn't say he was still alive. Nangong Zheng shook his head. What exactly did you see? Why do you still have his aura? What did he leave behind? Why did he almost annihilate all of you? Everyone was extremely excited, and they urgently wanted to know the answer. This news was just too astonishing, and everyone's hearts were in turmoil. We saw the corpse of Great Emperor Vicious. Nangong Zheng unhurriedly said. After they entered, they saw bright red blood. It was exactly the same as the blood of the immortal character, and there was no difference at all. That was a mysterious heaven and earth. Apart from this, there were some corpse fragments. Of course, there weren't many of them, but it was precisely the aura they emitted that turned some of the older generation experts into fine powder as soon as they approached. Great Emperor Vicious was dismembered? How is this possible? Absolutely impossible. Who could injure him? Back then, he almost destroyed all the ancient inheritances under the heavens. Who could suppress him? Absolutely impossible. Even if he encountered the great emperors of the later generations, or the ancient emperors, he still wouldn't be defeated. Almost everyone was stupefied. They couldn't believe this news at all. Great Emperor Vicious had looked down on all of history, and there was absolutely no one who could mercilessly dismember him. It was indeed Great Emperor Vicious. When everyone heard this, they all quieted down and looked towards Nangongzheng. Chapter 525. Ruthless. These two words had shaken the ages. This was a title that instilled fear in people. An unrivaled character from past to present was actually dismembered. No one dared to believe this. Just how terrifying of an existence was that? The merciless great emperor represented unparalleled power, and his battle prowess was unparalleled throughout the ages, yet he ended up like this. There are only a few pieces of his corpse, but the killing intent could penetrate through the ages. I believe that apart from great Emperor Ruthless who had once bathed the world in blood, no other corpse could have such a powerful aura. Nangongzheng spoke. They were all shocked at that time. After careful analysis, they concluded that it was the flesh of an ancient great emperor, and it might even be the illusory, immortal. At that time, everyone was terrified to the extreme. An immortal or an ancient great emperor had been dismembered. Just who was it? They carefully searched and finally found the devil face imprint. It seemed to be crying yet not crying, smiling yet not smiling, and there was radiance within the sorrow. It was incomparably lifelike, transcending the ancient era and directly entering everyone's hearts. This was the symbol of Great Emperor Ruthless from over 200,000 years ago. It's just an imprint. Perhaps Great Emperor Ruthless took action and killed that existence, leaving behind an imprint there. Someone spoke. Nangongzheng shook his head and said, "After careful investigation, we discovered that there was more than one imprint. It was clear that Great Emperor Ruthless had lived there before." The corpse pieces were scattered all around Great Emperor Ruthless. All signs indicated that his flesh was separated when he was in seclusion. "Are you really sure that it was Great Emperor Ruthless?" Someone's voice was trembling. Just who was it that did all of this? Everyone felt their scalps go numb. Great Emperor Ruthless had no enemies? This was impossible. "I am sure that it was Great Emperor Ruthless, because we also found traces of him planting divine medicines," Nangongzheng said. "What?" Many people cried out in shock. Every great emperor had a stock of immortal medicine planted, and their identities could be determined from the medicine alone. "You guys obtained the immortal medicine? Is it the legendary immortal treasure?" Everyone's breathing became hurried, almost ignoring Great Emperor Ruthless' life and death as they looked towards Nangongzheng. The ancient great emperors had already passed away, but the immortal medicine they planted was still alive in this world. This was the most precious divine object, and not a single person did not covet it. This was especially true for the overlords present. Many of them were already close to 2,000 years old. They didn't have much lifespan left and were about to enter a declining period. So many years have passed, and great monarch Ruthless has already passed away. How could his undying medicine still be there? It has already flown away. Nangongzheng shook his head and shattered everyone's fantasies. They could only see the hole where the immortal godly herb had taken root, and traces of its aura left behind, but nothing else. Sovereign monarch Vicious has been dismembered. Even the immortal herb he planted has been confirmed, so it must be him. There wasn't a single person who wasn't shocked, and there wasn't a single person who wasn't horrified. Shock was written all over their faces. This was like a fantasy story that left them in disbelief. A ruthless person who shocked past and present met his end just like that. No one knew who he died under. It truly was a type of sorrow. Even the primeval emperors ended up like this. How terrifying. "Are you sure that it's the aura of the immortal dragon herb?" Some people didn't quite believe it and confirmed it again. "Yes." Nangongzheng nodded. Great monarch Ruthless divine herb was something he had gotten from the 7 great forbidden zones. It was similar to Great Emperor Wuxia's immortal divine phoenix herb. They were the most precious ones. Yi Fan was shocked. It was the immortal dragon herb that used to belong to great monarch Vicious. He gawked and dropped his jaw. Because he'd seen that divine medicine in the past, and it was in the northern territory right now. Shi Yan, Pang Bo, and Tu Fei had gone deep into the ice plain. They had met in the nest of 10,000 dragons. At that time, the immortal dragon herb was sleeping, and Shi Yan had almost caught it. I can't believe I had such an encounter with great monarch Vicious. I almost got his immortal herb. Yi Fan sighed emotionally. All of a sudden, he remembered everything in the nest of 10,000 dragons. Besides the precious divine origin blocks, he had seen an ancient coffin floating. Great Emperor Wuxia had been there. There was an ancient 5-colored sacrificial altar there. However, he didn't choose the nest of 10,000 dragons. Instead, he went to the Purple Mountain and didn't touch anything there. Yi Fan shuddered. He didn't continue to think about it, returning to reality. Guys, perhaps we've made a mistake. The great ancient emperors didn't have a rival, especially the ruthless one. How could he have been cut into pieces? Nan Gongzheng said. What do you mean? Many people didn't understand. Don't forget the experience of the ruthless one. After he had proven his Tao, he created the Undying Heaven technique in his later years. Nan Gongzheng looked at the Saint Sovereigns and said, Actually, to solve this mystery, you guys just need to tell us the truth. Everybody was startled. They followed his line of sight and found that they all had a big background. They were from the strongest holy lands in the Eastern Barren Territory. The Jiang family, the Jade Pool, the Ji family, and the Alcade family, the 4 great sage families, all had holy weapons. Even if the other ancient inheritances were destroyed, they could protect themselves. 3 of their families had warriors who had proven their Tao and become great emperors. They were considered to have the most profound and immeasurable inheritances. People didn't know what the 3 great ancient emperors had left for them. I'm not the only one who came out of the Bronze Immortal Palace alive. Someone had done it a long time ago. Nan Gongzheng said slowly. Suddenly, people thought of a legend. Countless years ago, someone had brought out an immortal corpse from the Bronze Immortal Palace. He died after coming out. According to the legend, that immortal corpse was divided equally by the great sage. It could be said that it was an example of the existence of immortals in this world. However, the great sage all denied it. They all said that they had never seen an immortal corpse and that everything was just a rumor. It's been who knows how many tens of thousands of years. Saint Sovereigns, can you tell us now? Nan Gongzheng said. That's right. Your holy lands have obtained enough benefits and have already digested them. It's not a big deal to say it now. It's time to reveal the truth. Everyone spoke up, asking for the truth to be revealed. That was an example of coming into contact with an immortal. Even though the great sage denied it, everyone knew that they had obtained an immortal corpse. That was something from 70,000 years ago. Since fellow Taoists want to know, we might as well say it, Western Queen Mother of the Jade Lake said. At first, we really did treat it as an immortal corpse, but later on, we discovered that we might be wrong. Ji Clan's Saint Lord said. Back then, there were 6 great sages who divided the immortal corpse. Other than these 4 clans, there was also the Eastern Wasteland's oldest Wind clan, as well as the Heavenly Jade Holy Land that had been destroyed 6,000 years ago. A peerless expert came out alive, and he brought out a broken and badly mutilated corpse that exuded a peerless killing intent. That cultivator suppressed the Eastern Wasteland 70,000 years ago. Some people said that he had already become an existence comparable to an ancient saint. However, after coming out with the corpse, he turned into a bloody paste. Now that I think about it, that should be the corpse of a great emperor. The Saint Lord sighed softly. One could speculate that their clans had obtained great benefits from it. The corpse of a great emperor could be refined into an extreme holy weapon. They divided the flesh equally, so it must be a priceless treasure. No wonder they denied it at that time. Such a large amount of immortal burial needed time to be digested. Western Queen Mother, Jiang Clan's Saint Lord, and the others described the appearance of the immortal corpse recorded in the ancient books and compared it with Nan Gongzheng's description. Everyone was shocked to find that the so-called immortal corpse was most likely ruthless. Many crucial parts are missing, so we only divided 1/3 of the corpse. According to the wounds on the corpse, I think ruthless was too terrifying. He most likely wanted to live for a third or even a fourth life. Nan Gongzheng's words were earth-shattering. Ruthless first created the heaven-devouring demonic art. He killed all the kings and stepped on the corpses of countless heroes to become a great emperor. However, he shocked both the past and present. In his later years, he created the undying heaven art. He got rid of his demonic body and gave birth to a divine embryo, cutting off all karma. Moreover, he used this to live another life, and it was a frighteningly long time. He was the only person who created 2 ancient scriptures, which made people feel that it was almost illusory and unreal. Everyone says that the Bronze Immortal Palace is terrifying and is the graveyard of peerless experts. However, from what I saw, Ruthless was in seclusion there for a period of time. Nan Gongzheng's words shocked everyone. He and those living fossils observed carefully and thought that Ruthless had lived there for a long period of time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have planted the immortal herb in the Bronze Palace. We think that he cultivated the undying heaven art there to get rid of his old body and give birth to a new divine embryo. What? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, and their eyes were filled with shock. Humans can't go against the heavens. He used the undying heaven art to give birth to a divine embryo and become a great emperor twice. It's already comparable to the secret history of deities. It's impossible for him to live for another life. Living for another life was as difficult as descending to the celestial realm. That belonged to the category of deities. Even if he created the undying heaven art, he could only transform once. It was like having the immortal herb in hand. Every great emperor had one, but it could only extend his life for one life. It wouldn't be as useful for the second life. The heaven-devouring demonic art proves the Tao and is extraordinary for one life. The undying heaven art gives birth to a divine embryo for another life. He used the immortal herb to extend his life for a third life. Heavens! Someone couldn't help but cry out in alarm. It was because, according to what Nan Gongzheng said, Great Emperor Ruthless was going to give birth to a divine embryo again and might be able to live for a fourth life. Yi Fan's heart jumped. If he calculated it like this, the amount of time Ruthless had lived in this world was terrifyingly long. At the side, the monkey almost jumped up. His old father's power shook the archaic era. The old Battle Saint Emperor only lived for one life because of the immortal peach. Yes, even the old Saint Emperor couldn't live for 2 lives because he encountered a problem while comprehending the Tao and almost died. He only managed to complete that life thanks to the immortal herb. Even if he lived for a long time, his combat prowess might not necessarily be the greatest since ancient times. The monkey consoled himself. His old father hadn't lived for a long time, but he was publicly acknowledged to be unrivaled under the heavens. If Ruthless lived for a fourth life, he would definitely meet the great emperors of the later generations. Someone suddenly cried out. He might even meet more than one great emperor of the later generations. Everyone was stupefied. If they thought about it carefully, this was just too shocking and unimaginable. 2 great emperors had never appeared in the same era before. They could only appreciate each other through time and space, evaluating each other through the passage of time. We don't know how many lives Ruthless lived, but there was definitely a problem when he transformed the divine embryo for the last time. Nan Gongzheng spoke his final judgment. He and a few living fossil-level characters carefully observed and believed that Ruthless was cultivating in seclusion. In the end, he failed on the verge of success and his unmatched emperor body exploded. It was just that they didn't know if the divine embryo came out or not. Ruthless killed himself for the sake of living for another life. Everyone was horrified. There are still people here who entered the Bronze Immortal Palace. Nan Gongzheng said. What? Who? Everyone was shocked and looked at each other. Behind the Bronze Immortal Palace's door of profundity, that world is extremely mysterious. We didn't reach the end, so we don't know if Ruthless stood at the end. Speaking up to here, Nan Gongzheng looked at Yi Fan and said with a smile, Little friend, you should have entered the Immortal Palace before, right? What? It's him? Everyone was shocked. The saint children and saintesses couldn't enter. They could only stand at the entrance of the palace, feeling a wave of shock. Meanwhile, in the heavenly palace, many eccentric people also stared at Yi Fan. Even the various great sage lords revealed strange expressions. Little friend, your origin root of all life energy must have been obtained from the Bronze Immortal Palace, right? Nan Gongzheng asked. That's right. Yi Fan calmly nodded. When these words were spoken, Everyone was in an uproar. They didn't expect him to actually obtain a sacred object exclusive to a great emperor from the Bronze Immortal Palace. Little friend, do you know that you have formed a great karma with Ruthless? The origin root of all life energy was found by him. Chapter 526. Forming Karma with Ruthless. Yi Fan was in a dilemma. This great emperor was too frightening and everyone was afraid. Ruthless traversed the primordial era and created the undying heaven art in his later years. He used it to create a divine embryo and turned his old body into a holy weapon. The ancient heaven-devouring evil jar is extremely powerful. Legend has it that if it is awakened, it will be the same as the heaven-devouring great emperor coming back to life. In Ruthless' life, the most terrifying was naturally his first life. He advanced by stepping on the corpses of many kings and the heaven-devouring evil might was unparalleled. He created the undying heaven art in his later years, but no one knew how powerful it was because he had already ruled the world and no one in the world could stop him. Throughout the ages, the undying heaven art is the most mysterious ancient scripture. No one knows how powerful it is. However, people speculated that it must be the best. After all, it was a technique created by a great emperor in his later years. It must have surpassed the previous ancient scriptures. Using this to live another life and give up the name heaven-devouring great emperor. He wants to use the undying heaven art to create a second weapon. Many people were shocked. He wanted to take out 2 holy weapons. This was something normal people wouldn't even dare to think about. When he was the heaven-devouring great emperor, he traveled all over the Eastern Barren and Central Plains but couldn't find any immortal materials. In the end, he refined his supreme monarch body. He transformed into a divine fetus and cut off his past. Finally, he found the source root of all beings, a heaven-defying sacred object. Ruthless must be trying to create a supreme holy weapon. Because he didn't make a move yet, he left the source root behind. Everyone in the heavenly palace stared at Yi Fan with murderous looks. The holy weapon found by a great emperor had fallen into his hands. The palace was noisy. Whether it was the younger generation at the door or the rulers inside, all of them were jealous and envious. So it was left behind by an ancient great emperor. Otherwise, how could a little cultivator collect it? It's Ruthless immortal treasure. No wonder. Otherwise, how could a normal person find a holy weapon exclusive to a great emperor? The source root of all beings was unique in the world. There was no second one. Only Ruthless could go against the heavens and obtain it. Everyone was guessing that he definitely wanted to forge an ultimate saint weapon, but unfortunately, he was unable to do so in the end. This is a huge karma. You've obtained such a great opportunity. Nangongzheng shook his head. Yi Fan's heart trembled. He had never thought that he would be able to snatch away vicious saint artifact. The karma between him and this great monarch was truly deep. Even the undying herb had nearly been captured by him. He's been dead for so many years. He soon felt relieved. Even if Ruthless was invincible throughout the ages and was comparable to a god, so what? In the end, it was annihilated in the dust of history and passed away countless years ago. Even if that's the case, Great Monarch Vicious is too extraordinary. There's most likely karma involved, Nangongzheng said. Yi Fan didn't mind, but many of the older generations were seriously contemplating. Clearly, they were extremely fearful of the ancient emperors even though they had died a long time ago. In order to sever his karma, Emperor Hangyu went to the middle state and didn't return even after he died. In order to sever his karma, the Void Monarch buried himself in the boundless void after his death, never to be seen again. Someone mentioned this, and it immediately gave Yi Fan a headache. However, he wasn't afraid of this. The only thing he was worried about was that Ruthless hadn't died yet. Don't worry, he must have died a long time ago. If he didn't die, how could there be a great monarch of the later generations of your human race? The monkey transmitted his voice. The invincible emperor of fighting in the archaic era had once told him some secrets. Unfortunately, the monkey was too young at that time and didn't pay much attention to it. No one can live for so long. He has indeed died a long time ago, Western Queen Mother said. If a great monarch is still alive in this world, the extreme Tao sacred weapon will sense it. Those supreme great monarchs comparable to deities have all died in the end, Jiangclan's Saint Lord said. The others nodded. This was a secret that many eccentrics knew. If a great monarch appeared, The sacred weapon would be the first to sense it. I really didn't expect this little friend to be so amazing. He actually walked out of the Bronze Immortal Palace alive and obtained such a peerless sacred item, a lord said, his eyes flickering. Everyone stared at Yi Fan. Regardless of whether it was the older generation or the younger generation at the main hall's entrance, their expressions were not very friendly. If it wasn't for the fact that he was at the Jade Pool and the fact that the present-age saint, the crazy old man, was related to him, it was likely that someone would have been unable to restrain himself and tried to snatch it. Without a doubt, if Yi Fan walked out of the Jade Pool, the bloody night last time would most likely happen again. There would definitely be people secretly making a move. Brother Yi indeed had a great opportunity to obtain Emperor Ruthless' sacred item and inherit a part of his immortal treasury, Saint Son of Grand Yen Xianxia said. Yi Fan was shocked. These words didn't sound like much at first, but if he thought about it carefully, he would be put to death. Ruthless inheritance and successor. These words were too sensitive. They would cause a great upheaval and could easily lead to a fatal disaster. Ruthless was different from other great emperors. At first, he was known as the heaven-devouring great emperor. The entire earth trembled because of him, and no one wanted his technique to appear a second time. Brother Yi, you really make people envious. What other immortal treasury did you obtain? Saint Son of Dao Yi also asked indifferently. Yi Fan's heart sank. These two's words didn't sound wrong at first, but they deserved to be killed without spilling blood. I think he must have obtained other divine items? A disciple of a top sect echoed. Yes, Yi Fan, why hide it? Tell us and let us hear it. We can share the joy together, someone else said. At the entrance of the main hall, many of the younger generation were discussing, guessing what other great opportunities he had. Is that so? There are still great opportunities. An elder's expression flickered. We almost forgot. Ruthless once cultivated in seclusion there. He must have left something behind. A supreme elder of the 10,000 beginnings said in a low voice. At this moment, the main hall was a bit cold. Everyone's eyes were focused on Yi Fan. Many people had cold, meaningful smiles on their faces. Are you all hinting at something? Yi Fan sat behind the jade table and calmly said, I only obtained the source root of all life source energy, nothing else. Ruthless Great Emperor used the source root of all life source energy to seal the outside of the Bronze Palace. He clearly treated that place as a place of seclusion. How could there be nothing else in such a secret place? Ruthless Great Emperor's place of seclusion definitely has those two ancient scriptures. Someone secretly transmitted sound, going a step further. Correct. The heaven-swallowing demonic art and imperishable heaven art are definitely in the Bronze Immortal Palace, a part of the immortal treasury. Even Brother Yi obtained the source root of all life source energy, entering the tombs of matchless experts without dying. He definitely obtained the acknowledgement of Ruthless Great Emperor's inheritance. The heaven-swallowing demonic art might appear again. Several voices sounded from the darkness, unknown who it was that released them. They gradually advanced, killing without spilling blood. The meaning couldn't be more clear, pointing at Yi Fan obtaining Ruthless Great Emperor's inheritance. We can confirm that they are all transmitted by the people at the entrance of the main hall. The monkey said. Everyone there was of the younger generation, and nothing could be seen on the surface. Everyone was discussing, and no one spoke directly. Yi Fan glanced over. Saint of Diyan, Xianxia, Yao Shi, Saint Dao Yi, Saint of all beginnings, Saint of Yao Guang, Jin Qishao. The inheritor of Ruthless Great Emperor has appeared long ago. Who doesn't know that Hua Yunfei has cultivated the heaven-swallowing demonic art? To harm me like this, isn't your mind a little too vicious? Yi Fan's words were very soft, and he didn't argue loudly. Is that so? Now, no one knows what cultivation method you cultivate. You've improved by leaps and bounds in recent years, and you're so mysterious. Isn't it the heaven-swallowing demonic art? After these words were spoken, the murderous intent in the main hall intensified. Some people had been waiting all this time, and what they lacked was an excuse to attack. If I cultivate the heaven-swallowing demonic art, will Senior Jiang Taishu not be able to tell? Are you questioning the spiritual senses of a supreme divine king? If I cultivate the heaven-swallowing demonic art, will old crazy old brother let me live? Will he still travel with me? Are you doubting the judgment of a saint? If I cultivate the heaven-swallowing demonic art, will I not devour the invading saints and saintesses after killing them? Will I crush them instead? Will I tolerate some of you living until now? Yi Fan asked in succession, staring at the younger generation. Then he stood up and pressed forward with great force. You want to kill me? If one of you can't do it, you can all come at me together. Why do you have to use such a despicable trick? I still have 7 chances to attack you with all my strength. Looking at everything, I believe that Yi Fan can't have obtained the inheritance of Fierce Man. There's no reason to suspect him, the matriarch of the West said. There's one thing I don't understand. May I ask the sacred lord of the Jiang clan, which immortal divine herb did Yi Fan use to save the supreme divine king? Someone asked secretly. The sacred lord of the Jiang clan was in a dilemma. Perhaps everyone doesn't know, but it's a dragon fruit born from the immortal true dragon herb. The person in the dark said loudly. What? Everyone was in an uproar. If it was before, it wouldn't have mattered even if they knew it was the immortal true dragon herb. All the great thearchs had died many years ago, and their divine herbs had already returned to the great wilderness. However, Yi Fan had entered the place where Fierce Man cultivated in seclusion and brought out the source root of all life qi. Everyone couldn't help but wonder. Did he really obtain the inheritance of Fierce Man? Many lords stood up, all of them revealing their killing intent. Everyone in the great hall locked onto Yi Fan. The sky palace was cold like an icehouse. Bone-chilling killing intent filled the air. Someone wanted to take the opportunity to kill Yi Fan. The situation was extremely dangerous, and it could happen at any moment. You're going too far. The monkey was infuriated. He stood up immediately, and a battle spear that was about to rot appeared in his hand. However, a peerless killing intent rushed out. This was a peerless murderous weapon that had killed an ancient king. It came from the same source as the divine origin, and it was pierced into the body of the young lady. It could be said to be peerlessly ferocious. The monkey took out his murderous weapon. Such a commotion forced those who were about to attack to stop. However, they laughed coldly. Yi Fan was shocked. Was he really going to sweep through the peaches of immortality feast and wreak havoc in the Sky Palace? How dare you? This is a restricted area of the Jade Lake. You dare to commit murder here? A supreme elder from the 10,000 beginnings shouted. They hated the monkey to the core. Previously, they had been suppressed and berated by the monkey in front of everyone by the lake. They had been suppressing their resentment. You don't know the difference between life and death. You dare to protect the inheritor of Fierce Man? If you attack here, you won't be able to escape. The supreme elder from the Purple Mansion Holy Land was also resentful. At this moment, he spoke coldly. The blade is already at our necks, and you still blame me for committing murder? Today, I'll beat all of you to death. The monkey didn't care about the consequences and was about to attack. He definitely wasn't someone who would take things lying down. Take them down. Someone shouted, and a lord stepped forward. The monkey sneered and took large steps forward. The peerless murderous weapon in his hand seemed to be rotting, but the murderous intent it emitted made many lords tremble in fear. Yi Fan used his golden blood energy to protect his body, resisting the might of the murderous weapon. He arrived at the monkey's side and grabbed him, not letting him attack. Everything I said is true. I didn't obtain the heaven-devouring ancient scripture. Then how do you explain the true dragon immortal medicine? Many people shouted and pressed forward. The true dragon immortal medicine is in the northern region. I plucked a dragon fruit from it. Is there anything suspicious about it? Yi Fan said calmly. What? The true dragon immortal medicine is in the northern region? You can get close and pluck it? Impossible. Where is it? Everyone couldn't sit still. The true dragon immortal medicine was personally planted by Fierce Man. It was one of the best immortal treasures. Even a cultivator from the 4 extreme secret realms could pluck it in the northern region. Who wouldn't be tempted? The true dragon immortal medicine is a supreme divine object of this world, and there are only a few of them. This is equivalent to an immortal treasury, so how could I casually reveal its location? Yi Fan said coldly. If you want to prove your innocence, you can only bring us to see it. Otherwise, this matter concerns Fierce Man's inheritance, and no one can save you. A lord said. We won't seize your true dragon immortal medicine. Only by bringing us to see it can you prove your innocence. Another few people said, their voices a bit urgent. Yi Hei is going to be ruthless. Isn't he going to make a big fuss this time? Could it be that he wants to kill a group of grand elders and holy lords? Outside the main hall, Li Heishui mumbled secretly. He shuddered. He really dares to make a move. Is he going to use the nest of 10,000 dragons? The large black dog was bewildered, and a chill ran down his spine. Yi Fan stood in the main hall, extremely calm and composed. He slowly paced around, shook his head and said, "Who can believe this kind of guarantee? Once the true dragon immortal medicine appears, blood will definitely flow like a river, and countless people will fight over it. Do you have any other chance? If you don't reveal the true dragon immortal medicine to prove yourself, you will immediately be executed in the main hall." Someone said coldly, killing intent like a knife cutting through bone. Another person secretly added fuel to the fire, saying, "What a joke. He clearly obtained the true dragon immortal medicine from the Bronze Celestial Palace, yet he actually pushed it to the North region. He is definitely Fierce Man's inheritor, so there is no need to find any more evidence to execute him." Everyone was pressuring him. The true dragon immortal medicine was too important, and many people wanted to see it. They all had their own plans. There were even some people who harbored killing intent. Right now, they only lacked an excuse. For example, Wan Chu and the Grand Elders of the Purple Palace wanted revenge at all times. Everything is actually very simple. You only need to bring us to see the true dragon immortal medicine with our own eyes, and you will naturally be able to prove your innocence, a lord said in a deep voice. The eyes of many extraordinary people flickered. The true dragon immortal medicine was too attractive, and no one could remain calm. At that time, the true dragon immortal medicine will most likely change owners. Yi Fan shook his head. Little Yi has already made up his mind to make a move. Li Heishui was speechless, and his heart was beating rapidly. After being together for so long, he understood the other two well. This brat wants to trap and kill a great elite. He clearly wants to use the exceptional nest of 10,000 dragons. Even the large black dog felt his heart palpitate. Chapter 527. Yi Fan refused to say where the immortal godly medicine was. His words were very fierce and resolute, as if he didn't believe some people in the palace at all. Someone in the palace sneered and pressed even harder. Killing intent was like a sharp blade, piercing to the bone. The situation was extremely dangerous, and it could be triggered at any moment. At this moment, the monkey had already held the peerless murderous weapon in his hand, and was about to wreak havoc in the palace. The murderous weapon that was about to rot was overflowing with vicious might. Many people locked onto Yi Fan. If a battle broke out, they would definitely pounce over and snatch the chi of all things cauldron. This was an excellent opportunity. Even if he was related to the current saint, if he was judged to be the inheritor of Ruthless, he would not be able to escape death. The Holy Lands would not allow him to live in this world. At this moment, everything was already in place, and they only needed to make their move. Everyone, there is no need to be like this. I believe that Yi Fan has nothing to do with Ruthless. He only obtained the black-yellow essence by chance. The Queen Mother of the West spoke up to defend him. Immediately, an overlord retorted, insisting that Yi Fan must have obtained Ruthless inheritance. Otherwise, there could not be such a coincidence. He entered the Copper Palace safely, obtained the chi of all things and the immortal true dragon medicine. All signs indicate that he obtained the heaven-devouring demon scripture. The words Ruthless shook the world, and the ancient scripture he left behind was very important. Many people sneered and kept pressuring Yi Fan to give a clear explanation. Yi Fan refused to reveal the whereabouts of the true dragon medicine no matter what. His tight-lipped words made many people's eyes flash with cold light, and the atmosphere became even more tense. If you want to snatch the immortal godly medicine, you have to get through me first. The monkey raised the murderous weapon, golden light bursting from his eyes. Looks like everything he said was just an excuse. The heaven-devouring great emperor's godly medicine can't be in the North region. Killing him, the inheritor, is definitely not wrong. Many people pressed forward, and were about to make their move. They all revealed cruel sneers, and their killing intent was like a blade cutting through the spring wind, causing the temperature in the palace to plummet. Little Yi is too calm. Outside the palace, Li Heishui thought, and started laughing coldly. Don't go overboard. If some people really make a move, we'll be in deep trouble. The large black dog was slightly worried. They knew that Yi Fan was accumulating power and putting on a real show. Otherwise, how could he have attracted the big fish? These old things were as shrewd as ghosts. Wan Chu and a few of the Grand Elders of the Zifu sect were about to attack when a sacred master finally spoke up to mediate. However, he also requested to see the true dragon medicine. Monkey almost flipped the roof. He swung his battle spear like a huge club. The battle was about to begin. Only now did Yi Fan relent. He had no choice but to compromise, agreeing to bring them to see the undying godly medicine. However, he had many requests. That's more like it. Only then can we confirm whether what you said is true or not. Otherwise. Heh. One of 10,000 beginnings Grand Elders mocked. He knew clearly that no matter what, the undying divine medicine was going to change owners, no longer belonging to Yi Fan. Once they found out where it grew, everyone would definitely fight over it. Young man, you still have a long way to go. There are many things you need to learn. A Grand Elder of the Zifu sect walked over and patted his shoulder. That's true. I'm just a little brat who doesn't know anything. In the future, I will naturally learn more from the seniors. Yi Fan lowered his stance. Get lost! The monkey roared angrily. He was about to brandish his weapon. He really couldn't stand these Grand Elders. Yi Fan held him back, not allowing him to make a move. If they fell out now, he would definitely suffer a great loss, and all of his efforts would be wasted. At the side, many lords revealed killing intent, but it wasn't appropriate for them to make a move. They already knew that this was a battle Saint Ape, and they were afraid of provoking other archaic royal clans. I want to make things clear first. That place is not a good place. If you want to go, you'll have to bear the consequences of your own life. Yi Fan could be said to be dawdling, and could even be said to be chattering endlessly. Some of the big shots wanted to give him a few slaps. When the crowd saw that he was unwilling to reveal the place, they had long since become impatient. They believed even more that there was indeed the true dragon medicine, and all of them wanted to hurry over as soon as possible. In the eyes of many, even a cultivator of the four extreme mystery realm could pluck it, so as the overlords of a region, how could they be inferior to him? People are really strange. The more I try to stop them, the more tempted they are, and the more convinced they are that there is no danger. Li Heishui was almost speechless. Sigh, many things have to be done in reverse. The large black dog also mumbled. Everyone, don't be too impatient. Right now, the Jade Pool meeting is still ongoing. No matter what, you should go after the meeting, right? Yi Fan was still dawdling. Humph, I'm afraid you'll flee even before the Jade Pool meeting ends, someone said coldly. You're all thinking too much. I just feel that it's not too good to go now. After all, the Jade Pool meeting is still ongoing, Yi Fan explained very seriously. There are formation pattern grandmasters here. As long as we're in the North region, opening the region gate will only take us the blink of an eye. It won't take us too long at all. The heavenly peach meat this time is to see the wondrous stones, so if we can also see the immortal godly herb now, wouldn't that be even better? It will definitely be a successful meet. Everyone spoke up one after another. At the end of the day, they had to see the immortal godly herb immediately. But I still feel that. Yi Fan rambled on, and found all kinds of excuses, still unwilling to move. Why do you have so many excuses? Many people couldn't stand him anymore. They had never seen such a dawdling person before, and they wanted nothing more than to stuff his mouth. Brat, you're courting death. Finally, someone couldn't hold back anymore, and thought that he was trying to stop them. He didn't want to bring them along at all. Boom! A large hand slapped forward, exuding an earthy yellow light. It was trying to slap Yi Fan to death. Pang! The monkey moved, and his golden fist smashed out like a large hammer, colliding with that large hand. Pooh! That person spat out a large mouthful of blood, and there were many cracks on his body. That large hand immediately turned into a meat paste, and it didn't have any shape at all. His flesh flew out over 100 zhang, and he smashed into a wall. Everyone's expressions changed. A half-step expert was almost directly slapped to death by the monkey. There wasn't anyone who wasn't shocked at how terrifying the battle-sacred ape race was. If you dare be disrespectful again, I'll destroy your body and spirit. The monkey waved the large stick in his hand. Isn't this a bit too impudent? So what if the ancient race is about to appear? Could it be that we will allow a monkey to act so arrogantly? He dares to take action in the Jade Pool Heavenly Palace? Let's join forces and kill him. Someone transmitted sound in the dark, and their words were filled with killing intent. They pressed forward step by step, wanting to incite everyone to wipe out the monkey and the others. Yifan felt that it was about time. He couldn't continue like this, or else it really would be as bad as going too far. He walked up, revealing an unwilling expression, and agreed to immediately move out. Of course, he reiterated once again that the road ahead was dangerous, and he had to take care of his own life and death. You don't need to worry. Many people were already fed up with him. If it wasn't for the monkey beside him, they would have definitely sealed his mouth first. It's better if you take care of yourself first. If this has anything to do with a vicious person, even the saints of the present era won't be able to save you. You'll be destroyed in body and spirit. Someone revealed killing intent. Yifan laughed coldly in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face. He only responded with helplessness. An undying divine medicine was about to appear, and it was personally planted by a vicious person more than 200,000 years ago. It was comparable to a treasure left behind by a deity. Many cultivators were nervous. When the realm gate opened, a group of people entered in a single file. None of them wanted to fall behind. Yifan was astonished. There were indeed many eccentric hermits in this world. They didn't move after hearing about the undying divine medicine. They sat in the heavenly palace and didn't come out at all. However, the majority of people were moved, and they all crossed the void together. If you deceive so many heroes, you should know what the consequences will be. Someone secretly transmitted a warning. Light flashed, and a snow-white expanse appeared in front of them. Cold air rushed over. This was a vast ice field. It was very high above sea level, and it was covered in ice and snow all year round. It was a vast expanse of whiteness. This place is... Everyone was shocked. Many people recognized this place. The people of the Jiang clan had strange expressions. They were the most abnormal because this place was related to them. 70 to 80,000 years ago, this place was a boundless ice mountain that reached the clouds. It was majestic and unending. However, there was a great upheaval at that time, and almost all the Holy Lands participated in the war. A peerless divine king of the Jiang clan wielded an extreme sacred weapon and swept this place to the ground. That battle was world-shaking, and an ancient holy land on this ice field was erased. Everything was turned into ashes by the eternal universe sacred furnace. It was also that battle that raised people's fear of the great emperor's sacred weapon to a whole new level. It was enough to destroy a powerful holy land. The ancient holy land, the ruins of the underworld palace. Why is the undying divine medicine here? Everyone was puzzled. They all looked at Yifan, waiting for him to give a reasonable explanation. Thousands of kilometers into the ice field, a snowy mountain came into view. It had a circumference of over 50 kilometers. This was the only mountain range that remained, and on it was the location of the super sect, the Palace of Snow. Brother Ape, how is the relationship between your ancient royal families? Yifan asked secretly. It's all right, the monkey answered. Yifan relaxed a lot and said, in a while, we might alarm the ancient kings. If we can't escape, you'll have to spend some effort. He communicated secretly with the monkey, and they talked about all aspects along the way. Of course, this was not safe at all. Disturbing the ancient royal family's slumber would definitely be a great disaster. The ancient creatures might not even recognize their own kin in anger. However, this time Yifan was confident. This was because the Black Empress had grasped a corner of the Spatial Emperor's formation pattern, which was specially used to open the region gate. Black Empress. On the way, he also constantly communicated with the large black dog, making preparations to cross over. They did not enter the Palace of Snow, but directly went around to the back of the mountain, heading toward the peaceful land of the Dragon Vein. Everyone, this place is very dangerous. There is no need for us to take the risk. Yifan said. Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and lead the way. A grand elder of Wanchu was almost about to tear off his disguise. Gradually approaching the immortal divine medicine made it difficult for him to calm down. At this moment, the various rulers were also very restless. All of them wanted to seize that legendary celestial treasure. Old B** starred if you die down there, it has nothing to do with me. Yifan said coldly. You. That Grand Elder did not think that Yi Fan would dare to talk back to him. Yi Fan repeatedly emphasized that this place was dangerous, and that if anything happened, it had nothing to do with him. The more it was like this, the more everyone wanted to advance, believing that there really was an immortal divine medicine. It's here. Yi Fan led everyone into the great snowy mountain, and arrived at a place where a group of snow apes roamed. Then he cut open the ice and snow, and found the path into the underground palace. Dragon Chi! Everyone cried out in surprise. In the underground palace, streak after streak of dragon Chi rushed out, indescribably noble. The auspicious Chi was like a rainbow, and took the shape of a dragon. As expected of a peerless treasure ground, it is most suitable for the growth of a true dragon divine medicine. Many people revealed excited expressions. At this point, almost everyone believed that great monarch vicious immortal divine medicine would definitely be planted here. Everyone, you should believe me now, right? Yi Fan seemed to be very unwilling as he said. Young man, you should be more sensible. One of the supreme elders of the Purple Mansion patted his shoulder with a mocking expression. True dragon divine medicine. Hee hee. A few grand elders of Wan Chu walked over before the other sacred lords, and they glanced at Yi Fan indifferently with mocking expressions. Young man, well done. One of them also came forward, and he laughed heartily as he patted his shoulder. Chapter 528. From start to finish, the Saint Lords didn't say anything. They were all calm, and only a few grand elders were discussing. The elders of the 10,000 beginning sect smirked coldly, and asked Yi Fan to lead the way into the underground palace. It was as if they had already seen through him. The grand elders of the Purple Palace even came to his side, almost as if they were holding him hostage. They wanted him to go down first to investigate. I brought you all here. If you want to see the immortal herb, go down yourself. If you don't even have the guts, why did you come here? Yi Fan refused, and didn't go forward. No, you must bring us to the end. If you don't see the true dragon herb, you can't prove your innocence. A cruel smile appeared on their faces. They didn't plan to let him go at all, and insisted on letting him lead the way. These people were all very cautious. They believed that if they let Yi Fan go with them, he wouldn't dare to play any tricks. At the side, the Saint Lords didn't say anything. They didn't plan to go down at all. It was as if this had nothing to do with them, and they carefully observed the great snow mountain. Young man, you should go down with us. Finally, a Saint Lord spoke up, not allowing any refusal. You don't have any other choice. Either you go with us, or you die. The person in the dark was very direct, and it was an undisguised threat. Yi Fan's heart was ice cold. These old bastards were each more vicious than the last. Even now, they were still on guard against him, and even wanted to kill him. If he went deep into the underground palace, anything could happen. As long as there was a small accident, they could find a reason or an excuse to kill him. In fact, they could even create some accidents so that he would never leave the underground palace. Yi Fan was fearless. He already knew that this would happen. The killing intent in his heart became much stronger. Fine. He nodded, and walked down the underground palace first. He had the large black dog and the battle saint ape accompany him. Wait, the Queen Mother of the West said. Her hair was thick and black, and there was a 9 phoenix hairpin in it. Her face was beautiful, and she was dignified and holy. Yi Fan has already brought you all here, and he has already done what he should. If you still don't believe him, you can go down and take a look yourself. Queen Mother of the West's words are incorrect. Right now, we still can't prove his innocence. We need him to lead the way to confirm it. A heroic lord spoke out in rebuttal. The others spoke one after another. In the end, the great sage lords all expressed their willingness to go down together to take a look at the undying divine medicine. The other eccentrics also had the same attitude. Shi Wangmu let Yi Fan follow beside her and did not let him walk at the front. The group went deep underground. This is one of the core underground palaces of the ancient sacred land. Many people were shocked after entering. The majestic underground palace stretched as far as the eye could see. It emitted an ancient aura as if it was covered in a layer of dust. The stone rooms, stone halls, and everything else were filled with the traces of time. In the depths of the underground palace, draconic chi surged violently like rivers rushing underground. Bathing in it, one's pores would open up. This is a divine land. An old imperial uncle from Great Xia was so excited that he almost roared out loud. The Supreme Imperial Sutra that they had passed down contained an offensive technique called Imperial Draconic Qi, which required an endless amount of dragon veins to refine one's body. For those who cultivated the Supreme Imperial Sutra, this was a land where dragons soared into the heavens. It was indescribably precious. There are exceptional divine treasures here, and there are large amounts of divine source. A few people from the Genesis Technique ancient aristocratic families also came. Ouyang made this judgment. Hua! Everyone was in an uproar. This really was a land of divine treasures. No wonder Yi Fan was not willing to let them come. Everyone revealed a strange expression. I will say it one last time. I will not repeat myself. This place is extremely dangerous. Yi Fan warned. Don't worry, no matter what happens, you don't need to bear the consequences. We have already made it clear before. Someone sneered. Youngster, don't block our way. Hurry up and point the way. Another person said with dense killing intent. The underground palace was vast and dusky. They walked for several dozen li before arriving at a precipitous cliff. A huge abyss lay in front of them. The bottom was pitch black like ink, like a bottomless pit. It seemed as if it could swallow one's mind and make one sink into it. Dragon Qi gushed out like a surging tide. Occasionally, small divine source particles would rush up. This kind of scene was stupefying. It was full of mystery and strangeness. Below us is the old nest abandoned by the ancient true dragon. Ouyang Yi exclaimed. When the others heard this, they were all shocked. They all looked at him and quietly waited for him to continue. Yi Fan's heart trembled. With an old guy who was infinitely close to becoming an origin source master following him, it might ruin his plans. This is an immortal burial ground. It must be the nest of the ancient true dragon. There are most likely immortal treasures inside. Ouyang Yi was so excited that the wrinkles on his face smoothed out. His skinny body was trembling. Yi Fan was relieved. Although the other party's Genesis technique was profound, how could he compare to the Yuan Taoist master in terms of knowledge? He had only seen some clues. The nest of 10,000 dragons was only recorded in the Origin Heavenly Book. There was no way to break it. It was known as one of the most terrifying danger zones in the world. If he really understood, he would definitely not say there were immortal treasures. He would definitely turn around and leave because even the Yuan Taoist master was helpless. It's an immortal burial ground. The group of old men sucked in a breath of cold air. Then, many people's eyes burned like the sun. It was as if they had seen a naked peerless beauty. Yi Fan was a bit surprised. The terrifying aura at the bottom of the huge abyss was very faint. It was not as intense as before. In the past, they had seen a floating ice palace with a woman like ice and snow inside. Now, she did not appear in the abyss. The group was very excited. They could feel the aura of draconic energy and divine origin. They all prepared to jump down. It's fine with this old man leading the way, Ouyang Yi said proudly. At this time, Yi Fan had the protection of the Western Queen Mother. Those lords did not go overboard and did not ask him to follow. The great sage masters did not move. Not a single person went down, including the Western Desert Divine Monk and the Southern Mountains War God Temple's War King. The supreme elders of the various sects moved and jumped down. Apart from them, there were also a few powerful rogue cultivators and mutants. This made Yi Fan feel quite regretful. These great figures were very calm. From start to finish, they did not say many words. Everything was done and carried out by people. If the immortal divine medicine did not appear, they most likely would not make a move. Damn, brat, be content. Do you really want to kill all the holy masters? The eastern wasteland and the world will be in chaos. The large black dog bared his teeth. Yi Fan finally revealed a brilliant smile. He rubbed his chin and did not say anything. He felt that this was enough. At the very least, those who threatened him just now all jumped down. There were not only half-step great figures among them, but also individual great figures. If they were all killed down there, those lords would probably be in the mood to cry. Time passed bit by bit. After waiting for a long time, there was still no movement. Yi Fan was suspicious. Why was this dangerous place so peaceful? After a few minutes, someone rushed up and reported to the holy masters excitedly. There really is an archaic dragon nest down there. It is an immortal burial ground, and there is also an ancient 5-colored altar. What? At this moment, no matter if it was the Holy Masters or the Supreme Sect Masters, none of them could sit still. None of them could calm down. The divine monks from the Western Desert were all chanting Buddhist names. Our initial judgment is that there is an exceptional divine treasure. We have captured the aura of the true dragon divine medicine, but it has been sealed off by the stone door. We cannot enter at all. A total of over 10 people flew up and reported the situation one after another. All of them were extremely excited. An immortal burial ground. An immortal treasure that only exists in legends. Now that things had reached this point, no one could remain calm. Not only was there an immortal divine medicine, but there was also a possibility that there was an ancient nest where a dragon was buried. Who could remain calm? Above the abyss, the Holy Masters and Supreme Sect Masters all disappeared in a flash and rushed down. Even they could not help but want to make a move. Brat, you have made a big mess. The large black dog was dumbfounded. All of these people had gone down. If they all died, the impact would be too great. Could it be that the archaic imperial clan used the stone door to seal off the nest of 10,000 dragons? If that is the case, if they break through the stone door... Yi Fan shuddered. He was also brought down. Only the large black dog and the monkey followed him. This place was too dangerous, so he did not let Li Heishui and the others follow him. I sensed the aura of an archaic king. The monkey said, a serious expression on his face. The abyss was over 10,000 meters deep. When they landed, an ancient and desolate aura rushed over. It was as if they had returned to the archaic age. The terrain was incredibly vast, but it was also very dim. As far as the eye could see, it was empty. It did not seem like they were underground at all. Instead, it seemed like they had arrived at an ancient battlefield. Many people stood in front of the dilapidated 5-colored sacrificial altar, observing it seriously. Meanwhile, even more people rushed into the nest of 10,000 dragons. There, the dragon chi was like a great river, surging endlessly. At the base of the precipice, there were a total of 9 ancient caves that were connected inside. This was the entrance to the archaic true dragon nest. This place was comparable to the 9 dragons protecting a pearl. Great Emperor Wuxia had come here before, and in the end, he had chosen the Purple Mountain. The Purple Mountain, the 9 dragons protecting a pearl, contained the inheritance of Great Emperor Wuxia, and even his ultimate saint weapon was sealed there. Even the Black Emperor did not know why Great Emperor Wuxia had not chosen the nest of 10,000 dragons. In the end, everyone entered the 9 ancient caves. The interior was like a beehive, with many caves that were connected to each other, leading to the innermost depths. At the end, there was a massive stone gate that blocked the path ahead. There were many ancient characters carved on it, and they could not be recognized at all, because they were not human characters. One could tell with a single glance that this gate was extremely extraordinary. The aura of the great Tao pervaded the air, especially those ancient characters. It was as if they had been engraved by a saint weapon, and they had their own lives. Brother Ape, do you recognize them? What is written on them? Yi Fan asked. The monkey was very embarrassed. He scratched his head and said, I was too young at that time, and only received the inheritance of my clan's brand. I had not learned how to read. You don't even know a single character. The large black dog bared his teeth, and began to chuckle. The monkey glared, almost lifting him upside down. His golden eyes shot out lightning. Boom! Someone began to break the gate, wanting to open it and enter the nest of 10,000 dragons. The noise was deafening. Oh no! The large black dog's hair stood on end. Prepare the Void Monarch's horn formation pattern. Yi Fan transmitted his voice. He did not care where it could be transmitted to. Right now, only the Great Monarch's formation pattern could bring them out. Otherwise it might be cut off. Boom! A Supreme Sex Lord personally took action, smashing the rocks in the ancient cave into pieces. However, that stone gate did not budge in the slightest. Meanwhile, the ancient characters on it seemed to have come to life. They were like small dragons crawling about, emitting an aura that had existed since ancient times. There was a pit in front of the stone gate. The immortal true dragon herb had once taken root here. Yi Fan clearly remembered the scene of that day. There was an exceptional great calamity in the nest of 10,000 dragons. Boom! Many lords worked together to break the restrictions, wanting to open the stone gate, but it was still difficult to move the stone gate. It did not even shake in the slightest. "Brat, come over here. Tell me what is going on here." A grand elder of the 10,000 beginnings stretched out a large hand and grabbed forward. "You are seeking death." The monkey's eyes widened, and he moved to block. However, there were many powerful cultivators around, all of them releasing killing intent, causing him to feel great pressure. "Tell me what is going on. Why can't we open this gate? Where did the true dragon herb go?" A grand elder of the Purple Mansion Holy Land also shouted. At this moment, they were very anxious, and tore off their disguises. They did not mention anything about the inheritance of Vicious at all, and openly demanded the whereabouts of the immortal true dragon herb. A cold smile appeared on Yifan's face, and he said, "Old fart, have you revealed your true colors? Are you here to seek proof, or to steal the immortal true dragon herb?" "You are seeking death." The grand elders were all furious. There were many lords here, and they did not fear the monkey or his interference. They all revealed killing intent. Rumble. At this moment the giant stone gate, which the holy lords had attacked with all their strength, did not budge at all, suddenly opened, and a terrifying aura surged out. "Ah!" A large hand reached out, and the head of a grand elder of the 10,000 beginnings was torn off. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere, and a miserable scream could be heard. PFFF. Another big hand directly penetrated the chest and abdomen of a grand elder of the Zifu sect, and grabbed out his internal organs in one go. Fresh blood gushed out, and his internal organs flowed all over the ground. The smell of blood was terrifying. Everything happened too fast, and it was beyond everyone's imagination. The two terrifying creatures were like demons from hell, emitting killing intent as they stood in front of the giant stone gate, mercilessly slaughtering. PFFF. The grand elder who was scolding Yifan just now was grabbed by a terrifying creature, and he was torn into two halves. Blood rained down, drenching the surrounding people. The scene was incomparably terrifying. PFFF. The grand elder who wanted to attack Yifan just now let out a miserable scream. His head was smashed open like a peach blossom, and red blood and white brain matter splattered everywhere. Archaic creature. True devil domain. Someone cried out in shock. The lower body of the two terrifying creatures was a long snake, 7 to 8 meters long, and the upper body was a human, but it had 3 heads and 6 arms. They displayed the true devil domain, and the 5 or 6 grand elders in front of the stone gate were locked in place. Not a single one of them could escape, and they were all hacked apart. Everyone's scalps went numb, and they had a bad premonition. They seemed to have opened the gates of hell, and a shocking evil spirit was released. This was the place where archaic creatures were hibernating. If an archaic king jumped out, it would be a great disaster. Everyone quickly retreated, and many people stared at Yifan, wanting to strangle him to death. They felt that this brat was too much of a scum. "None of you can open the stone gate, so how would I know what's behind it?" Yifan was very innocent. Everyone was so angry that they couldn't say anything. However, no one was in the mood to argue with him, because the terrifying killing intent was already pressing down. Roar! An expanse of blazing divine light appeared, cutting off their path of retreat. A golden creature appeared, one that was half human and half devil. This creature was even more powerful and terrifying. However, while everyone was complaining bitterly, they also felt a bit fortunate that it wasn't a humanoid archaic creature. If that kind of existence appeared, then everyone would most likely be wiped out here. Kill! Everyone attacked together, and many powerful lords took action together. However, the archaic creatures that appeared were extremely strange. More than 10 of them appeared out of thin air. Roar! At the same time, a terrifying roar sounded from within the 10,000 dragon nest. Everyone discovered the scene inside with shock, and all of their bodies shivered. An enormous divine origin block floated up and down. It was close to 3 meters in length, and this was a priceless immortal treasury. No one had ever seen such a large piece of divine origin block with a humanoid creature sealed within. Moreover, it wasn't just a single great divine origin block. The 10,000 dragon nest was extremely large, and an ancient aura pervaded the air. Divine splendor was endless, and there were other divine origin blocks as well. Swoosh! Divine light flickered like lightning. Another 20 or so archaic creatures appeared out of thin air, cutting off their path of retreat. It was incredibly dangerous. That is. At this moment, everyone trembled. It was as if doomsday had arrived. They saw another object within the 10,000 dragon nest. An ancient coffin floated up and down in the pile of divine origin blocks, making everyone feel suffocated. Their flesh and bones seemed like they were going to split apart. This was an extremely terrifying pressure. That pile of divine origin block was 2 or 3 square meters in size, enough to submerge the ancient coffin. It was terrifying and strange. Meanwhile, at this moment, they finally saw the true dragon undying medicine. It took root in the divine origin block in front of the ancient coffin, the energy of 10,000 dragons swirling about. The entire stalk was resplendent and dazzling. It was less than a foot tall, as if it was a hibernating dragon. Archaic races won't be buried in coffins. The monkey was shocked, feeling extremely confused. What? You are saying that it doesn't belong to an archaic race? Yifan was shocked. Chapter 529. Back then, when he saw the vermilion ancient coffin for the first time, Yifan felt a chill run down his spine. Now, when he heard the sacred battle ape talk about the secrets of the ancient race, he was even more shocked. The ancient races didn't have coffins at all, so why was there a large vermilion coffin here? Looking at its position, it should be the center of the nest of 10,000 dragons, where the draconic aura was the strongest. Tens of thousands of dragons coiled around it, dazzling, and buried by the divine source block. The extreme mysteries of the changes of heaven and earth. This was Yifan's feeling. This place was too extraordinary, and he couldn't explain it clearly. He couldn't see through the ancient coffin at all. Everyone had the illusion that their bodies and souls were about to be destroyed. Their bones and flesh crackled, and all of this was because of the existence of that ancient coffin. Roar! An ancient creature pounced over. The 9-level true demon domain was unbreakable, and it locked 2 half-step great beings in place. Its large claws that flickered with cold light reached out. Shill! The terrifying ancient creature opened the skull of a half-step great being, and then, like drinking tofu, it absorbed his brain matter in one gulp. Puh! Blood sprayed out. This ancient creature tore another half-step great being in half, and then grabbed a bloody arm, stuffing it into its mouth. Kacha! The sound of teeth grinding against flesh and bones rang out, causing goosebumps to appear all over one's body. Blood flowed from the corner of its mouth, and its flesh and bones were all chewed to pieces. Too savage. The large black dog felt its hair stand on end, and all the dense and long black fur on its body stood up, making it look like a special large hedgehog. Pang! The G-clan's divine master flew over, as aloof as a god. His long robes fluttered, and his black hair danced. His eyes were sharp, and an ancient mirror floated above his head. It shone brilliantly, and a brilliant divine rainbow shot out, striking this terrifying creature. Roar! This ancient creature threw away the bloody arm in its hand, and with a roar, 2 beams of purple light shot out from its eyes, striking at the ancient mirror, blazing and terrifying. Pooh! Blood splashed outwards. The ancient mirror's divine light pierced through this archaic creature, splitting it into pieces. Large amounts of blood gushed out from its enormous body as it died on the ground. The Ji family sacred leader stood in the air and an ancient mirror floated above his head. His black hair danced in the wind and his eyes were like lightning. Yifan was astonished. Peak divine lords were indeed unfathomable. They were much stronger than the others. Just then, he personally saw the ferocity of that ancient creature. It tore apart 2 half-step masters, but it was killed by the Ji family's sacred lord in one strike. With a loud roar, another ancient creature pounced over. Its lower body was that of a snake and it was covered in purple scales. Its upper body was that of a human with 3 heads and 6 arms. Its 6 arms shook and shattered the void, creating a black hole that swallowed the Ji family Saint Lord. Boom! A large foot stepped into the black hole, causing it to collapse and disappear into the air. The Ji family sacred leader's black hair fluttered in the wind. He stretched out his large hand and smashed this ancient creature into pieces. Blood splashed outwards. This is a peak divine lord. Killing ordinary great elites isn't strenuous at all. Although we are in the same mystery realm, the difference is like heaven and earth. The large black dog shivered. Damned dog, hurry up and activate the formation patterns on the chessboard. Let's leave this place. Yifan didn't want to stay here any longer. This place was like the gates of hell. Demons continuously rushed out. These ancient creatures were all frighteningly terrifying. They even dared to eat half-step masters. Blood dyed this place red. Wait a little longer. Who knows, there might be a great harvest. The large black dog's greed flared up again. He stared at the large pieces of divine source in the nest of 10,000 dragons, wiping away his saliva. Ah! On the other side, some grand elders were trying to break out of the encirclement. In the end, they were tortured and killed by a dozen or so ancient creatures. Blood splashed everywhere, and even the eerie white bones rushed out. There were many people who were forcefully beaten to pieces. Bone fragments and brain matter splattered everywhere. This was practically a hell, extremely bloody and terrifying. Boom! Divine flames shone brilliantly, pouring down in torrents, drowning the path ahead. The Jiang clan divine lord made his move. A divine furnace floated above his head. The lid opened, and fiery light poured down like a river of stars. Several powerful ancient creatures cried out miserably. Among them, 2 were burned to ashes, and the bodies of the other 3 cracked after being covered by the divine light. They died in the passageway. Hurry! Open the region gate! Someone shouted loudly. The situation was too dangerous, and they had to leave quickly. Otherwise they might all die here. Someone had already taken out the profound jade platform, but they didn't have the chance to activate the formation patterns, because there was an incomparably powerful existence that destroyed everything. He was as heroic as a god. He was surrounded by a divine halo, and his long purple hair covered most of his face. Only a pair of purple eyes could be seen, and they were as sharp as blades. He didn't have arms, only a pair of golden divine wings that seemed to be forged from divine gold. His lower body was that of a snake, and it was more than 10 meters long. Golden scales flickered. He flew through the air, his speed as fast as lightning. Ho! This archaic creature only released a loud roar, yet all of the profound jade platforms turned into powder. They were all destroyed by the formless killing intent. The aura he released was extremely terrifying. The Wind Clan's supreme elders worked together to resist him, but they were still suppressed to the point where they couldn't budge in the slightest. Pang! He shot forward like a streak of lightning. Divine flames overflowed into the heavens, and those supreme elders exploded on the spot. They all turned into a bloody paste, dying on the spot. Hang! The Wind Clan divine lord took action. His eyes were ice cold, and his black hair was disheveled. Endless killing intent shot out from his majestic and imposing body. An 8 trigrams diagram floated above his head, crushing downwards. This was a terrifying confrontation. He and this deity-like archaic creature engaged in a life-and-death battle. The intense battle caused many dragon caves to collapse. On the side, a few human supreme elders and a few ancient creatures had their bodies and souls wiped out. Once they were sucked in, they would definitely be devoured by the black holes they created. Everyone was trying to break out of the encirclement, but on the way back, 3 powerful ancient creatures blocked their path. Divine light shot out in all directions. The Wavering Light Divine Lord, Emperor Gu Hua, and the Southern Mountain War King all shot out dragon-shaped bloody light from their bodies. Essence energy surged as they fought a life-and-death battle against that ancient creature. The Black Ancient Cauldron, Golden Halberd, and Green Ancient Pagoda released heaven-overflowing divine fluctuations. They shattered the void, yet they couldn't make the 10,000 dragon nest collapse. They couldn't open up a path. The 3 archaic creatures were like deities. Tens of thousands of silk ribbons hung down, and there were actually strands of primal chaos energy that shattered the few supreme beings who wanted to come over to help. They were immediately blasted to pieces. Ho! Another loud roar sounded. An even more powerful archaic creature rushed out. His entire body was covered in purple scales, and he arrived in the blink of an eye like a streak of purple lightning. Puh! He rushed past, and the Zifu, Wan Chu, and Jiang family's 7 supreme elders were crushed in succession. Flesh and bone dregs flew everywhere, and blood dripped everywhere. At the same time, those profound jade platforms were also shattered. This part of the void was locked down. He rushed towards the most intense battlefield to assist those 3 deity-like archaic creatures. Puh! A black hole appeared between his brows, and a large piece of flesh was peeled off from Wavering Light Divine Lord's body. His right arm was almost severed. This was an extremely powerful archaic creature that had already begun to take human form. Its entire body was covered in dazzling purple scales, and there were 81 thick wisps of dragon chi circling around it. Damned dog, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and leave. Yi Fan urged anxiously. At this moment, the battle was extremely intense. There were many pieces of flesh and bloody bones on the ground. Many powerful beings had died. Monkey, you're also an archaic creature like them. Sneak in quietly and come out with some celestial treasures, the large black dog urged. F***ck. Yi Fan couldn't help but want to curse. This damn dog was too outrageous. Even at a time like this, it was still thinking about the divine treasures of the 10,000 dragon nest. The battle-sacred ape also wanted to smack it to death. Corpses were everywhere, and powerful beings were continuously dying. This large dog was still thinking about such crooked ideas. Just how greedy did it have to be to do this? Don't have any bad ideas. Hurry up and leave immediately. Yi Fan couldn't help but grind his teeth. He wanted to eat it alive. This is an extremely rare opportunity. There are so many divine lords and lords from all over fighting against the archaic creatures of the 10,000 dragon nest. The large black dog's eyes were blazing as he stared into the depths of the 10,000 dragon nest. F***ck. Don't even think about it. Hurry up and carve formation patterns on the chessboard for me. Yi Fan almost couldn't help but want to kick him. All the archaic creatures that can come out have already come out. Only the king is still in a deep sleep, and he won't be waking up anytime soon. The large black dog was almost drooling. Ah! A great elite had fallen. The junior brother of Wavering Light Divine Lord, a supreme figure of his generation, had been sliced in half by a powerful golden creature that had just appeared. Kacha! His head was smashed into paste, and his divine sense was turned into dust before it could even rush out. Everyone was stunned. A super powerful figure had fallen. This golden creature, apart from having golden scales all over its body and an extra crocodile tail, was almost exactly the same as a human. Golden light blazed all over its body, and it burned fiercely. It was terrifying to the extreme, and even supreme figures weren't its opponent. It fought against many lords. Puh. The old palace lord of the Illusion Destruction Palace was smashed into paste with a single slap, dying a violent death before he could even let out a miserable cry. Pah! This golden archaic creature's golden hair hung down to its knees. With a forceful fling, it was as if golden divine flames were burning. It swept through the void, and 7 or 8 people were blasted apart. Puh! It rampaged like lightning, and it tore apart a lord like the Xiao Yao sect master. It grabbed out a thumping heart, and it was powerful and terrifying. Chi! The Ji clan's divine lord encountered it. The ancient mirror floating above its head shot out a brilliant rainbow light, destroying space and piercing through. Boom! This terrifying creature raised its hand to block. Its entire body seemed to be cast from gold, and it shone brilliantly, shattering the rainbow light and blocking it with its bare hands. Even someone as powerful as the Ji clan's divine lord was slightly inferior. The ancient mirror shattered the void, but it couldn't injure this terrifying golden creature. The two fought a life-and-death battle, turning into a sphere of dazzling splendor. Woof! The large black dog barked. Its large tongue stuck out, and its eyes rolled back. It was almost choked to death by Yi Fan. Mother Kerr. Didn't this emperor just want to take away 2 celestial treasures? Do you think it's easy for me? It was indignant. At this moment, they weren't attacked, and it was all because the monkey was using the archaic language to communicate with these ancient creatures. Yi Fan completely lost his temper. He really didn't know what to do when encountering such a high-grade dog. When it saw treasures, it couldn't move. Monkey, you definitely have a chance. Go in and steal 2 celestial treasures. Apart from the archaic creature's treasures, you might be able to find celestial items left behind by a true dragon. The large black dog didn't fear boiling water. Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and leave. Yi Fan's forehead was filled with black lines. The plan was very good, and they had trapped a group of elites here. However, this damn dog was a variable. It was extremely unwilling to cooperate, and its old habit of greed acted up. It was possible that they would also be trapped. This emperor isn't greedy, either. I'll just carry that vermilion coffin out, and I'll also capture that immortal true dragon herb. The large black dog bared its teeth. Mother Kerr. Yi Fan's face was about to turn green. He felt that they might really be tricked by this damned dog. Let's go. While the nest of 10,000 dragons is empty, we'll raid the nest of the archaic creature. The large black dog scuttled forward. He turned back and said, "It's fine, we can cross the void at any time." Ah! A miserable cry traveled over, shaking the nest of 10,000 dragons. Another supreme elite had died. Divine Lord All Beginnings is dead. A Divine Lord is starting to fall. Chapter 530. The Divine Lord of All Beginnings was a supreme figure of his generation, yet he had died in the nest of 10,000 dragons. His skull had been ripped off by a purple creature, and his brain juices flowed out. His upper body was a mixture of red and white as he fell to the ground. This was not an ordinary expert. He was one of the masters of the Eastern Wasteland, far surpassing the other great elites. There were not many people in the mortal world who could compare to him, yet he had been killed. This was no less than a great earthquake, and the effects were great. Everyone was shocked, and they felt a chill in their bones. The nest of 10,000 dragons was too fierce, and even divine lords were beginning to fall. Ho! In the ancient cave, ancient beings roared. Among them, several were close to gods, and they were surrounded by halos. They led the ancient holy objects to suppress the various lords. In the distance, the Black Emperor shrunk his neck, and his eyes flickered. Damn, too fierce. Even a supreme divine lord's head was ripped off. It's good that you know. Hurry up and leave. Yi Fan grabbed his bald tail, almost lifting him upside down. Don't worry, no one in this world treasures their life as much as I do. The large black dog bared his teeth and struggled free. Then, with a flash of light, a series of mysterious patterns appeared around them. It was the horn array left behind by the spatial emperor. We can cross the void at any time, the large black dog transmitted. However, he was much more careful now, and even felt a little apprehensive. After all, a supreme divine lord had been killed. Soon, the eastern wasteland would definitely be shaken. Swoosh! With a flash of light, they disappeared from where they were, and appeared in a nearby dragon cave. This place was not affected. You really want to go in? Yi Fan grabbed a tuft of his hair. Damn, let go. I know what I'm doing. This is a true dragon nest, and it's very likely that there are things unimaginable in the mortal world. If I can obtain it, I might even reach the heavens in a single step. Without needing it to say anything, Yi Fan knew what kind of place this was. According to the Heavenly Origin Book, if there was a true dragon in this world, this would definitely be its abandoned nest. The ancient beings had only moved in later and slept here. It was almost impossible to imagine what was in the true dragon's nest. It was an existence on par with immortals. There are still powerful beings that have yet to awaken, reminded the monkey. I know. Let's hide in this dragon cave for now and let them battle to the death, the large black dog said. At this time, they were close to the central area of the nest of 10,000 dragons. They were in a cave nearby, quietly waiting for an opportunity. A long roar rang through the air, and an ocean-like power surged violently. The human race's supreme expert Nan Gongzheng's bravery and strength shocked the world. He killed 5 archaic creatures with his bare hands. Then, he fought a great battle against a purple ancient creature that was almost humanoid, turning that place into a land of destruction. No other creatures dared to approach. It was the being that had killed Sacred Lord 10,000 Beginnings. Its body flashed with a purple light and was covered in scales. There was a purple gold tower above its head, and it charged toward Nan Gongzheng like a mountain. Boom! The two clashed intensely. There was nothing they couldn't destroy. The nest of 10,000 dragons was covered in innate patterns, everlasting and imperishable. However, the ancient caves nearby still collapsed. The half-step cultivators and a few ancient beasts were sucked in and turned into meat paste on the spot. Clang! A small tree flew out from between Nan Gongzheng's brows. It shone brilliantly, and it actually shot out streaks of chaotic sword radiance that were indestructible. Crack! The ancient creature's purple gold tower cracked, but it couldn't stop the small tree, allowing it to quickly close in. Pooh! Nan Gongzheng opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of innate essence energy. The small tree became even more resplendent, and it was as if it weighed billions of tons. It pressed down, suppressing this ancient creature that was surrounded by a divine halo. Roar! The ancient creature whose body flickered with purple light did its best to resist, but it still couldn't stop the small tree's suppression. Its body cracked, and blood spurted out. Everyone was shocked. Nangong Zheng's reputation shook the southern part of the eastern wasteland, and he was invincible. It was indeed not a lie. Pooh! He shook with force, and the small tree that was more than a foot tall trembled violently. It swayed with tens of thousands of sword radiance, and the humanoid ancient creature shattered with a pu. Bone fragments and flesh flew everywhere. The scene was bloody, but it was also extremely shocking. The ancient creature that killed Sacred Lord 10,000 Beginnings was killed by a human supreme expert just like that. Nangong Zheng's reputation is not in vain. He actually killed such a powerful ancient creature. Even Sacred Lord 10,000 Beginnings isn't that purple creature's opponent. Everyone could only sigh in their hearts. They didn't have time to pay attention at all. Right now, they were all trying their best to break through. There really is a fierce person. This person is actually so powerful. The large black dog was shocked. He saw the corpse of a fierce person before. Being able to come out of the bronze celestial palace alive, he naturally isn't an ordinary person, Yifan said, and didn't comment further. Yifan, the Black Emperor, and the sacred battle ape hid in the dragon cave. They had almost entered the vast ancient cave of the nest of 10,000 dragons. They had been waiting all this time. There were still ancient creatures that hadn't woken up, and most of them were extremely powerful. Get ready. If it's a humanoid, immediately escape, Yifan reminded. Roar. Not far away, the battlefield was even more intense. The terrifying ancient creature that was very humanoid, had a crocodile tail, and was covered in golden scales. The battle between the Ji family's divine leader had reached a climax. His methods were cruel and terrifying. In this process, he even killed 9 grand elders of the Holy Lands, and the Ji family's divine leader couldn't stop him. Whoosh! This golden ancient creature had the upper hand. At the crucial moment, he suddenly used a secret technique, walked through the void, and attacked the Purple Mansion divine leader. He took a blow from the Ji family's divine leader's ancient mirror and spat out a mouthful of golden blood. He worked together with the other ancient creature to attack the Purple Mansion divine leader. The great Tao transformed into a network of patterns that pressed down densely, turning the void where the Purple Mansion divine leader was into an eternal state. He was temporarily frozen in place. The golden creature roared loudly and rushed over. A peerless killing intent surged out, and a boundless terrifying aura spread out. Pooh! At the crucial moment, the Purple Mansion divine leader broke free, but he was still a step too late. His left arm was torn off, and blood gushed out like a fountain. The second divine leader had almost died. This was just a small part of the battle. In other places, battles of life and death were ongoing. The Queen Mother of the West, the South Mountain War King, and the Western Desert Divine Monk were all fighting. Their opponents were ancient creatures that were almost humanoid. They were all incredibly powerful, and they were all fighting with their true flames. Ancient pagodas, halberds of the war god, and relics shone brightly as they fought to the death. Beside them, the other sect masters were also fighting while bathed in blood. Many of them had already fallen, and not even their corpses remained. They had all been reduced to a puddle of blood. Boom! A peerless killing intent filled the air. 3 ancient creatures walked out of the nest of 10,000 dragons together. They were even slightly stronger than the ancient creatures that had appeared earlier. Everyone's heart sunk. 3 of such powerful creatures suddenly jumped out. If this continued, it was likely that things were going to be disastrous. Ka! At the crucial moment, the Crow Taoist stepped out and faced one of them. This old demon was extremely powerful. He had lived for more than 3,000 years, and his battle prowess was unparalleled. Boom! An even more terrifying battle began. The 2 sides clashed fiercely, and blood, flesh, and broken bones flew everywhere. It was a terrifying scene of hell on earth. Let's go! Our chance has arrived! The large black dog shouted. The formation pattern left behind by the Void Emperor flowed with clear radiance. With a flash, they were sent into the nest of 10,000 dragons. Damn dog, they really came in! Yifan knew that it was too late to say anything. They could only advance. If we don't enter the dragon's cave, how can we obtain divine treasures? The large black dog's large eyes flickered with divine light. Why didn't they deviate by several million kilometers this time? Yifan was puzzled. You don't trust me too much. It's only a few kilometers, so how could they deviate? The large black dog was furious. Be careful. Once the ancient king awakens, none of us will be able to leave alive. The monkey reminded. Now, Yifan already understood that the ancient royal family could become emperors after reaching the pinnacle. However, even in the ancient era, there were only a few who had reached this level. But even so, once the ancient royal family matured, they would at least be comparable to the ancient saints of the human race. In fact, they might even have a saint physique. I've isolated all auras with the Void Emperor's formation pattern. Don't worry. Although the large black dog said this, he was also becoming nervous. Inside the nest of 10,000 dragons, the life essence was like the tide, and the dragon chi was like a surging river. It was as if there really was a dragon comparable to a celestial sleeping in the deepest part. Such a large source block. Even Yifan exclaimed in shock. Not far away, there was a large source block that was 4 or 5 square meters in size. It flickered with a crimson light, as if it was burning with raging flames. In the most central part, there were many divine sources, and sealed within them was a humanoid creature. This is still not the king of this race. The monkey made this judgment. This race had once produced an ancient emperor, and he was incredibly powerful. The nest of 10,000 dragons was full of holes, and there were many ancient caves that were filled with the vicissitudes of time. Dragon chi surged like a sea, and auspicious light flowed. A massive divine sources block. The black fur all over the large black dog's body stood on end. 1 kilometer away, within a dragon-shaped ancient cave, there was a 3-meter-long divine sources block that shone with blinding light. Within it, there was a purple-haired middle-aged man sleeping, and he looked exactly like a human. He did not have scales, nor did he have a beast's tail, and he looked extremely mighty. One could not help but want to worship him, seal him in the divine sources, and rest peacefully here. This was an adult ancient king, an existence comparable to an ancient saint, or perhaps even more terrifying. Even the monkey was incredibly nervous. The large black dog was also scared. They were still 2 kilometers away, but he did not dare to take another step forward. He circled far away, avoiding this place. I want celestial treasures, not divine sources. He comforted himself, but he still stared at that large divine sources block, reluctantly turning his head back many times. Not long after, they saw another large divine sources block, and there was a woman sealed within. She was extremely quiet, just like a young human girl. It was impossible to tell that she was an ancient creature at all. However, if they sensed carefully, they would discover that there was a terrifying ocean-like power lying dormant within the young girl's body. Once it erupted, heaven and earth would be destroyed. Motherf * Ker. Another king. The number is definitely about the same as the Purple Mountain. The large black dog mumbled. They directly advanced forward, their target very obvious. They were heading towards the vermilion ancient coffin, because the immortal herb was growing there, and there were tens of thousands of strands of dragon chi swirling around it. The ancient coffin floated up and down, and it was unknown how long it had existed. It had been buried by several divine sources blocks, but the ancient aura of the coffin could not be concealed, and it was engraved with the marks of time. I can't take it anymore. The large black dog was the first to be unable to take it anymore. That vermilion ancient coffin was too terrifying. Even with the protection of a corner of the Void Emperor's formation patterns, supreme killing intent still seeped in. Regardless of whether it was the Black Emperor Yifan or the monkey, their physical bodies were all rare in this world, but at this moment, there were actually signs of cracks. The immortal herb was rooted in the pile of divine sources beside the coffin, and it looked as if it was forged from gold. It was less than a foot tall, and there were tens of thousands of small dragons swirling around it, dazzling and eye-catching. Chapter 531. The godly medicine is right in front of us, but we can't get close to it. The large black dog was furious. If it weren't for the protection of the Void Monarch's formation patterns, they would have collapsed long ago. Their bones and flesh would have been torn apart by the terrifying killing intent of the ancient coffin. To say nothing of the Black Emperor, even Yifan and the sacred battle ape felt very helpless. They had already come this far, so it would be very difficult for them to retreat. Could it be that the corpse of an ancient emperor lies within the coffin? The large black dog shuddered as he thought of this possibility. The vermilion coffin lay in the air. Many divine source blocks covered it, and an ancient aura swept toward them, as if they were in an ancient land. In a trance, ancient trees towered into the sky, dragons, and creatures of the primordial world ran amok. The vast land was filled with the flames of war, and there were countless battles in the great wilderness. In the end, an ancient emperor appeared and pacified the land. The large black dog jumped up as if his tail had been stepped on, and he said, "Take a closer look and see if there are any markings. Could it really be an emperor?" At this moment, he was trembling with fear, and he had the urge to flee. He was fearful and panicked toward an ancient emperor from the bottom of his heart. "There are no markings," Yi Fan murmured to himself. They circled around the ancient coffin, but they didn't find any clues. "Don't worry, the ancient emperor is already dead. No matter who he is, there's no need to be afraid." The large black dog forced himself to calm down, and encouraged himself. There were no ancient emperors or ancient emperors in this world. After calming down, although they were fearful, they weren't very afraid. Yi Fan, the Black Emperor, and the sacred battle ape all used their divine senses to observe carefully, wanting to find out what was going on. However, they shuddered at almost the same time, and their faces became extremely pale. That invisible killing intent could even cut through their divine senses, and it was almost about to destroy their divine senses. They couldn't probe inside, and could only close their eyes to sense the aura emanating from the coffin to deduce everything in this vermilion coffin. "Father!" After an unknown period of time, the monkey cried out in shock. His face was filled with shock, and he was extremely excited. His body was actually trembling. He saw the sacred battle ape in the ancient coffin, lying quietly and motionlessly. The supreme might of an ancient emperor was vast and mighty. Emperor Wuxia. At the same time, the large black dog also let out a cry of surprise. There was a look of shock on his face, and his large eyes were wide open. He was also trembling. When they saw the sacred emperor and ancient emperor, they were tongue-tied and dumbfounded as they sensed their auras. "Why is it different?" The monkey was puzzled. The ancient corpse in the coffin was actually able to affect one's state of mind, producing a childlike feeling. It made people unable to help but feel fearful. "Kid, what did you see?" the Black Emperor asked. Yi Fan opened his eyes and said, "I only saw primal chaos and nothing else. There were no corpses inside." There were actually 3 different results. They looked at each other in dismay and carefully sensed it with their divine senses. Finally, a look of surprise appeared on their faces. There was a lower half of a corpse inside the ancient coffin that seemed to have been cut off by someone. It was dripping with blood, and the white bones were dense, as if it had just been placed here not too long ago. "Is this the truth?" They repeatedly confirmed, but they could only see half a hazy corpse. It had long been cold for many years, without a trace of vitality. None of the ancient emperors survived. The large black dog sighed and fell silent for a long time. "What are you trying to say?" Yi Fan asked. "The nest of 10,000 dragons contains all the profound mysteries of heaven and earth, yet it only leaves behind a corpse. There's no suspense at all. Even the ancient emperors have died." The large black sighed. "The human emperors have the same fate as the ancient emperors." The sacred battle ape also sighed. The Black Emperor's expression was complicated. He stared at the immortal true dragon herb and pondered over it. It seemed like he had thought of many things. The ancient emperors had never met each other before. When one of them died, the other would be born. This made many people feel regretful. It was the same for the ancient emperors. There had never been 2 ancient emperors in the same era. They had both been born when there was a gap between generations, so it was difficult to compare them. Nangong Zhang has also come in. Yi Fan's eyelids twitched, and a sense of alarm rose in his heart. At the entrance of the nest of 10,000 dragons, an incredibly handsome man with snow-white hair disappeared with each step. He appeared in the ancient cave. It was the human great elite, Nangong Zheng. "It's fine. The Void Emperor's formation patterns are very special. I've already activated them, and they're hidden in the void. He can't discover us," the large black dog said. "Let's avoid them for now," Yi Fan said. "That's fine too. Time is of the essence. Let's enter the depths of the true dragon's old nest to search for celestial treasures." The large black dog turned back with each step, staring at the immortal true dragon herb, but he couldn't do anything. Nangong Zhang rushed toward the vermilion ancient coffin. His goal was very clear, but he couldn't get close. He paused with each step, and even someone as powerful as him had wounds appearing on his body. However, he didn't give up. He resolutely walked toward the ancient coffin, wanting to get closer. His heart is as firm as iron, and he would rather die than walk to the ancient coffin. Does he want to pluck the immortal divine herb, or is he going for the thing inside the coffin? Yi Fan was astonished. It's fine. He can't get close at all. If he keeps going, he'll definitely die. The large black dog was very reassured. They advanced for several kilometers. There were many ancient caves, and the dragon nest was incredibly vast. During this process, they saw a large divine source block, and a white-haired elder was sealed inside. Though it looked very peaceful, it made them tremble. The elder in the divine source block was like a vast galaxy that could destroy this heaven and earth. Oh Dawo Kumi! Suddenly, a voice sounded behind them. F***CK, what kind of bird language is that? The large black dog muttered. Then his body stiffened, and he came to his senses. He slowly turned around to look. Without a doubt, an ancient era creature had discovered them. That was the language of the ancient era. Yi Fan's heart also jumped, and he turned around to look. Only the monkey could still be considered calm. In a dragon-shaped ancient cave, a youth around 11 or 12 years old walked out. Though he was a humanoid creature, his body was densely covered in purple scales. His eyes were very clear, and there was a hint of immaturity. There was a purple vertical eye between his brows that shone with a clear radiance. It was also because of this eye that he could see through the void formation patterns and see them. Ya Lu Dawo Kumi. The youth walked out of the ancient cave, and continued to speak. What is he saying? Yi Fan asked. He is asking which race we are from, and how we came in, the monkey replied. Aruya, the Black Emperor suddenly said. The Black Emperor suddenly opened his mouth and spat out these words. At the same time, a purple divine order appeared in his hand with a flash of light. Gu and I Aruya? The ancient race youth seemed to be very shocked, and he stared at them blankly. Aruya. The large black dog nodded solemnly. Yi Fan was completely dizzy. Why did this damn dog know how to speak the ancient era's language as well? It had stunned this youth, and he was still acting all high and mighty. What is it saying? He asked the monkey, puzzled. It says it is a descendant of the undying heavenly emperor. The monkey was also very shocked. He stared at the purple divine badge in the large black dog's hand, and said, It really is an ancient sovereign badge. The undying heavenly emperor was only a legend in the ancient era. It was so ancient that it was frighteningly ancient. It was said that he had almost surpassed the immortals, and was a god in the hearts of the various ancient era races. Yi Fan was dizzy. This damn dog really dared to say such things. However, the purple ancient sovereign badge in his hand had really stunned him. The youth's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He stared at the mysterious badge, and his mouth was agape, unable to say anything. This is a divine badge obtained from the Undying Mountain. This emperor has only learned a few phrases of the ancient bird language. Help me bluff him. The large black dog bared his teeth at the monkey. The monkey was so excited that he was trembling. He stared at the purple divine badge, and said in a trembling voice, Did the undying heavenly emperor really exist? Monkey is asking you to speak. The large black dog was anxious. It really is like the legendary undying heavenly emperor's ancient badge. The monkey's eyes were fixed on it. The undying heavenly emperor was a legend in the hearts of the ancient era races, and it was difficult to confirm whether he had ever existed. He was a supreme god in the hearts of all races. At the side, the youth stared fixedly at the ancient sovereign badge. Then, he actually knelt down, his fingers trembling as he tried to touch the purple divine badge. Good Alina! The large black dog mustered up his courage and muttered again. This is undoubtedly the ancient sovereign badge. It contains a mysterious aura that cannot be imitated. The monkey stroked it excitedly, turning it around to look at it. His father had an emperor fighting badge, but unfortunately, it had been lost in the ancient era, so he had not been able to obtain it. The youth kneeling on the ground continued to mutter, saying a lot of words. Only after the monkey explained could he understand what he was saying. This purple divine badge had a great connection with the legendary undying heavenly emperor, because his name was carved on it, and there was an eternal emperor's mark on it. It might be a divine badge carved by an ancient emperor because he admired the undying heavenly emperor. The monkey made this deduction after serious consideration. This was because the undying heavenly emperor had existed too long ago, and it was said that he had not left anything behind at all. It was hard to say whether he existed or not, and the monkey was very doubtful. "This is something from the Purple Mountain, right?" Yi Fan asked. "As long as it's useful." The large black dog did not answer. Meanwhile, Yi Fan's heart trembled. The Purple Mountain guarded by 9 dragons was indeed unfathomable, and even the undying heavenly emperor's ancient badge had been found inside. "Dormega." The youth communicated with the large black dog excitedly. The dog, on the other hand, was completely speechless, and repeated the 4 words, "Good Alina." Moreover, it stared at the monkey almost resentfully, hoping that he would speak. The monkey calmed down, and began to speak, communicating with the youth. "Tell him to bring us to see the celestial treasure. This is the dragon's lair. Let's go see if there are dragon eggs or remains left in the deepest part." The large black dog's eyes lit up. He said that there really are rare divine objects, but ordinary people can't see them. However, he said that we are descendants of immortals, so we will most likely be able to see them, the monkey explained from the side. The large black dog almost jumped up. He was so excited that his whole body was about to twitch, and he said, "I already knew that there would definitely be celestial treasures left in the dragon's lair." "He said that he wants to awaken his father and bring us to see them," the monkey added. The large black dog's black face almost turned green. If the ancient Era King were to awaken, apart from the ancient emperor, no one could save them. Tell him not to disturb the king. The monkey naturally knew this. After communicating for a long time, they walked toward the deepest part of the dragon's lair together. Though this youth had been born in a human form, his abilities weren't deep, and he was too young. Thus, the scales on his body hadn't receded yet. However, he was a genuine member of the royal family. The monkey himself was of the ancient era royal family, and Yi Fan was also a humanoid being. The large black dog, on the other hand, had an ancient emperor token. This youth didn't think too much of it. After advancing for several kilometers, an astonishing killing intent spread out from an ancient cave. Yi Fan, the Black Emperor, and the monkey all felt their bones creak. Beside them, the youth also felt fear in his heart. His body trembled, and he circled around that ancient cave from afar. Another ancient coffin. The large black dog cried out involuntarily. Within the ancient cave, many shattered pieces of divine source chunks covered a gigantic coffin. It was lying in the void, and the incomparably terrifying killing intent had been emitted from it. "Why is there a second ancient coffin?" Yi Fan was also astonished. The monkey communicated with the youth, and a shocked expression appeared on his face. He said that there are a total of 4 coffins, each more terrifying than the last. The last one is placed in the center of the dragon's lair. "What? 4 ancient coffins?" The large black dog jumped up in shock and said, "I know, it's definitely a vicious person. No wonder Emperor Wuxia didn't choose this place. This is the burial ground of vicious people." Chapter 532. The nest of 10,000 dragons was the burial ground of ruthless people. The large black dog was frightened by his own words. All the black fur on his body stood up, making him look like a huge porcupine. It could be said that his hair stood on end. "Don't talk nonsense." Yi Fan's heart also sank. He always felt that it was better not to have too much karma with ruthless people. He took away the source root of all life from Ruthless, and even almost took away his immortal medicine. Now that he stepped into the burial ground, he felt that something was very wrong. Heaven-devouring great emperor. Did he really live 4 lives? The large black dog was a little scared. There were 4 ancient coffins here, and it made him think of many things. Damu Limna. The young man's eyes were big and clear, and he said something seriously. There were 4 ancient coffins here, each more terrifying than the last. However, some were empty, and only supreme killing intent was contained in them. That's right, he is undoubtedly the most ruthless person since ancient times. The 4 ancient coffins represent the end of 4 lives. The large black dog said solemnly. In his first life, Ruthless was the heaven-devouring great emperor. In his later years, he sacrificed his old body into a heaven-devouring demon jar, and did not leave behind a corpse. In his second life, he broke out of his old body like a butterfly, and shed a divine fetus, cutting off the karma of the past. In his third life, he used the immortal medicine to extend his life, and obtained another life. The divine fetus returned to its youth, but it did not give birth to a new divine fetus. As for the fourth life, no one knew how he obtained it, but he should have reached the end of his life in this life, and could not live forever. If what Nangong Zhang said is true, Ruthless most likely succeeded in the Bronze Celestial Palace, and thus had a fourth life. Yi Fan frowned. The sacred battle ape communicated with the young man, and obtained some useful information. The 4 ancient coffins were indeed a person, and the ancient royal family had already confirmed it. An old king had warned them not to approach, and for some reason, the young man thought it was the corpse of an ancient emperor. Out of respect, Emperor Wu Shi did not choose this place, and instead found another purple mountain. The large black dog sighed and said, "Who would have thought that the most ruthless person since ancient times, who shocked the world, would be buried here?" Yi Fan had his suspicions and repeatedly questioned him. From the mouth of the archaic youth, he learned that Vicious had died a long time ago. His divine sense had been destroyed for over 200,000 years. An adult archaic king was slumbering here. His strength was comparable to an ancient saint, and he even had a large success saint physique. It was impossible for their judgment to be wrong. The large black dog grabbed a handful of soil and tossed it into the air. He heaved a long sigh and said, "The ancient emperors are all lonely, and they'll all return to the earth in the midst of invincibility. Rest in peace." Even though it had never seen a ruthless person before, it was most afraid of him or her. It had dug up their training grounds and searched for the ancient heaven-devouring devil jar. Right now, it could only reminisce. They continued for several li, and then they saw another large piece of divine source. There was a middle-aged man sealed inside. He was majestic and tall, with a head of purple hair. He looked like an ancient emperor that was sleeping peacefully. In a daze, they saw him standing there proudly. With a loud roar, the great earth of the supreme ancient immortal realms collapsed. The sky sank down and the myriad of races submitted. "This is my father king. Should I wake him up?" The youth spoke. Upon hearing this, even the monkey's face turned green. He quickly shook his head and said, "Don't disturb the senior." Not long after, they finally saw the 3rd ancient coffin. After advancing for several more li, they arrived at the deepest part of the nest of 10,000 dragons. As expected, it's comparable to the Purple Mountain's terrain. Yi Fan exclaimed in admiration after carefully inspecting it. There were 9 ancient caves in the shape of true dragons in the nest of 10,000 dragons, and they were countless li long. Their tails faced outwards, and the 9 dragon heads pointed toward the central region. It was similar to the layout of the 9 dragons protecting the Purple Mountain. Moreover, the 9 majestic true dragons were densely packed underground. There were ancient caves everywhere, and they were all in the shape of dragons. It could be said that there were 10,000 hidden dragons here. The aura of the 4th ancient coffin is coming over. The nest of 10,000 dragons was full of holes, and there were many ancient caves. Dragon chi flowed like the sea, and they finally arrived at the central celestial land. "The old nest of the true dragons," the large black dog exclaimed in surprise. In front of them, there were countless ancient trees. They had already withered and died for who knew how many tens of thousands of years. Each tree branch was so thick that even several dozen people wouldn't be able to wrap their arms around it. Dragon wood. According to legend, this is the divine material used by the true dragons to build their nests. The large black dog's eyes widened. Many ancient trees were piled up together, forming a huge nest. It looked very simple and crude, but it was extremely mysterious. It was incredibly majestic, and it was formed from countless ancient trees. It was as tall as a mountain, and there were tens of thousands of giant dragons roaming about. They were all formed from dragon chi. There really is a nest of dragons. Even the sacred battle ape was dumbfounded, and he was slightly dazed. Yi Fan was also stunned. It was recorded in the original heavenly book that the nest of 10,000 dragons could possibly be the nest of the true dragons. All of this had been deduced by the Yuan Taoist master, and he had never entered it before. Now, he was fortunate enough to witness all of this. There really was an ancient nest inside, and it was completely constructed from dragon wood. It had not withered even now. There were tens of thousands of dragons roaming about like great rivers, and they circled around the dragon nest. It was incredibly mysterious and majestic. The dragon wood was jet black, and the entire nest was also jet black. It was ancient and old-fashioned, and there was a fearsome aura permeating the air. Damn, it seems like there really were dragons that lived here before. The large black dog exclaimed. The monkey was also tempted. Never would he have thought that he would see an abandoned dragon nest. It was like a fantasy story. A dragon on the same level as the celestial realm existed before? Yi Fan was also stunned. There are definitely celestial treasures in a dragon nest, and anything left behind by it is a precious treasure. Even this dragon nest is a peerless divine object. The large black dog's greed was acting up again. He unleashed a powerful mystical power, and he actually wanted to take away the entire ancient nest. His divine power was vast, and he wanted to stir up the nest that was constructed from dragon wood. However, the divine power he unleashed was like a clay ox entering the sea, and it was nothing at all. It was like a drop of water falling into a desert, and it disappeared in the blink of an eye. Hurry up and help us. If we can take away this ancient nest, we'll have obtained a massive fortune. The large black dog called out. Madara Niru? The youth from the ancient imperial tribe asked in confusion. He's asking us what we're doing. We can't touch the ancient nest carelessly, or else we'll be in great danger, the monkey explained. It can't be, right? There's no danger? The large black dog sensed carefully, but didn't discover anything. He said, if we refine this ancient nest, we can definitely transform it into an invincible divine object, and we can take away and suppress anything. Even my father has never seen a celestial mark, so this place shouldn't be the nest of a true dragon, the monkey muttered to himself. He had thought of many things. His father was the emperor of fighting, and he looked down on the ancient realm. His race's battle prowess was world-shocking, and it could be imagined how terrifying he would be once he became an ancient emperor. It could be said that the old saint emperor of fighting strength could look down on both ancient and modern times. The final years of the ancient realm were completely his world. If this place was an immortal world, an old saint emperor who urgently wanted to enter the celestial realm would definitely sense it, yet he had never mentioned it. That's right, this is most likely a nest left behind by an ancient emperor, and no one knows about it. The monkey made this judgment after careful consideration. Regardless of whether it's a true dragon or an ancient emperor, the ancient nests they left behind are all peerless divine objects, not to mention the celestial treasures that might be contained inside. The large black dog didn't care so much. After seeing this dragon nest, he was completely at a loss for what to do. He only wanted to take it for himself, and he kept thinking of ways to do so. Yi Fan was very cautious. He used his origin technique to investigate, but he felt that he couldn't see through this place at all. This was a place where 10,000 dragons gathered, and it was extremely mysterious and unfathomable. Let me give it a try. The large black dog didn't dare to take the risk with his real body. He plucked out a long shiny black hair from his body, and with a strong blow, he transformed into a black dog the size of a calf. Go, enter the dragon nest and see what's going on, he commanded. Woof! The large dog that had transformed into pounced toward the ancient nest like a black bolt of lightning. The youth of the 10,000 ancient races cried out in shock, fear written all over his face. He hid behind the others, his body trembling. Oh no! Yi Fan had a bad premonition that the situation was bad, and he took out the myriad chi cauldron, sending down 10,000 silk ribbons. The monkey also took out a peerless murderous weapon and held it in his hand, using it as a large club, ready to swing it at any time. Woof! In front of the ancient nest, the large dog let out a miserable wail and turned into ashes on the spot. Its afterimage was imprisoned in the dragon nest. At the same time, a streak of chaotic sword projection shot out. It was terrifying beyond compare, and it seemed as if it could destroy all things. Everyone was shocked. This was a pure chaotic sword projection. Let alone them, even a supreme divine lord would be killed if they were struck by it. Dang! In the Black Emperor's large paw, the ancient sovereign token was shrouded in purple aura, and it froze in the air, blocking this attack. The chaotic light quickly retreated like water. The ancient sovereigns are so terrifying. They've been dead for millions of years, but the ancient token they left behind still possesses such celestial might. Yi Fan exclaimed in shock. I found this piece of purple metal in a corner. It's actually a supreme divine object. The large black dog hugged the ancient sovereign token with all his might, and even saliva was dripping out of his mouth. He couldn't stop smiling foolishly. May the undying heavenly emperor protect us. The The youth from the ancient royal family prayed to the god in his heart. Then, he seriously warned the three of them not to act recklessly. They circled around the ancient nest and discovered a terrifying fact. As long as they approached within 1.5 kilometers of the nest, their divine power would be completely stripped away, and they would only be able to recover after walking out of the nest. Although this place was vast, there were layers of ancient cave walls in the way, and there wasn't much suitable distance to observe from. Finally, they climbed up a precipice and looked into the depths of the dragon nest, trying to figure out what was inside. Dragon scale. The large black dog was shocked. In the ancient nest that was constructed from dragon wood, he discovered a shining scale, which had a wisp of the might of an ancient emperor. Regardless of whether it was the true dragon's ancient nest or the ruins of the ancient sovereigns, that scale was priceless, and it could definitely be used as a sacrifice to refine. The dragon wood was jet black, and only by piling up tens of thousands of them together could such a huge nest be formed. Endless dragon chi surged, and when a gust of wind blew past, the scene inside the nest was revealed, and everyone was shocked. The fourth ancient coffin. The land of primal chaos. In the instant that the tens of thousands of strands of dragon chi revealed a sliver of a gap, they could faintly see the interior of the true dragon's old nest. A huge coffin was floating, and endless primal chaos was surging. Is this the primal chaos born from the nest of a true dragon, which is on the same level as the celestial? Or could it be that someone intentionally used dragonwood to conceal this land of natural primal chaos? They were all shocked. If it was the former, it proved that there were celestials in this world, and if it was the latter, it meant that this place was too mysterious and unfathomable. At the bottom of the nest that was constructed from dragon wood, endless primal chaos surged, as if heaven and earth were being split apart. The ancient coffin floated there, and it was incredibly mysterious. The fourth reincarnation of Ruthless is here. He or she really knows how to choose a place. The large black dog was shocked. The nest of 10,000 dragons contains primal chaos, and it's actually such a terrain. Yi Fan pondered, and compared it to the Origin Heavenly Book, making deductions. Suddenly, Yi Fan was shocked. The all-life source chi was trembling, and it rushed out from his body, hovering above his head, and descending tens of thousands of strands of heaven and earth chi. This is... His whole body shivered. The all-life source chi cauldron trembled continuously, and it actually resonated with something in the ancient nest. Crack! At the bottom of the true dragon's old nest, the ancient coffin was enshrouded by primal chaos, and the lid of the coffin was slowly opening. There was a sliver of connection between it and Yi Fan's cauldron that was difficult to sever. Clang! The lid of the coffin slowly moved, and slowly opened. Chapter 533. The dragon wood was jet black and extremely thick. The nest that was built had almost lost its luster after countless years. This nest was as big as a mountain. Chaos surged at the bottom, as majestic as the creation of heaven and earth. The ancient coffin floated up and down, and the lid of the coffin moved slowly. It slowly opened under the lingering primordial aura. Clang! The coffin lid tilted to one side, and the sound it made their souls tremble. It was like the first sound after the creation of heaven and earth. The all-chi cauldron above Yi Fan's head shook violently, and was about to fly out and rush into the giant nest of chaos. It was a little uncontrollable. Don't let it go. This is the corpse of the heaven-devouring great emperor, and it wants to claim your karma. Don't let it go. The large black dog muttered while shivering. Yi Fan was calm. He didn't want to have any entanglement with the ancient great emperor. If the all-chi cauldron flew away, he wouldn't be so disappointed. He stood quietly on the cliff, and didn't deliberately do anything. If there really was some so-called karma, the means of an ancient great emperor definitely couldn't resist it, and it would just be in vain. A corpse. The monkey was extremely nervous. He tightly grasped the almost rotten murderous weapon in his hand, and stared at the ancient coffin. The young man of the far ancient imperial tribe was extremely terrified. His eyes were full of fear, and he hid behind the others, his body trembling slightly. The most heaven-defying great emperor since ancient times, who lived for an extremely long time. The large black dog's hair stood up, and he took a few steps back. In the ancient coffin, the chaotic fog was hazy, and a corpse that wasn't very complete lay there quietly, dripping with blood. It couldn't be seen clearly. This was the fourth life of Ruthless. Even the chaos couldn't do anything to his corpse. It's hard to imagine how strong his body was. Even a strand of his hair can break through the chaos. His body has already become the world's most precious holy object, and can be refined into an extreme saint weapon. They were extremely shocked. The cultivation level of this ancient great emperor was already unfathomable. It was comparable to gods, and he could be said to be a god of the world. For lives ended. Now it could be clearly confirmed that the last body of Ruthless was in the coffin. Such damage meant that he couldn't be reborn. Even though he created the indestructible heaven art, he could only extend his life for one life, and couldn't walk another path. Ruthless finally reached the end. Plop! The ancient royal youth knelt down, trembling with fear. The ancient coffin exuded a wisp of pressure that made him feel as if he was facing a god. He felt incomparable reverence. Although the myriad chi cauldron above Yifan's head was trembling, it did not really fly out. Tens of thousands of silk ribbons fell down and finally calmed down. However, a mysterious connection had not been severed. At this moment, everyone felt like they were hallucinating. They felt a fluctuation of emotions, as if someone was whispering to them. Vicious defied the heavens and stood at the peak of the human race. He showed disdain for the ancient emperors, looked down on the emperors, and stunned the ages. The reason he couldn't live forever wasn't because he wasn't outstanding enough, but rather because this world couldn't allow him to ascend to immortality, unable to raise the multicolored light to leave. He had already walked to the extreme, yet there was no path forward. Despite this being the case, he still went against the flow like a deity, establishing a Tao that had never been seen before throughout the ages. He lived 4 eras in reverse, and no one from past to present could compare. All of this seemed so real. It was as if someone was talking to himself, and it transmitted into everyone's hearts. It made them indescribably astonished, as if it was real yet also an illusion. You stunned the ages and no one could compare to you. Even in death, you were still a peerless hero, looking down on the past and present, an emperor among men. Dead in the end you still died. You lived an outstanding life, but 4 eras came to an end, and it was difficult to compare. You were invincible and lonely. Shockingly talented, an ancient heavenly emperor, yet he couldn't live forever. The world couldn't tolerate his mistake, and it was only because of you. Everyone sighed. In the end, such a great expert was still obliterated by the passage of time, shattering the last trace of their fantasies. However, Vicious' life was absolutely unrivaled throughout the ages. He used his mortal body to go against the flow and become one of the most powerful characters in the past and present. Is that the emotion of the ancient heavenly emperor? We can feel it. He seemed very calm before his death, as if life and death were nothing much. This was what everyone felt. Although there was a sigh in that emotion, it was more of a calmness. It was as if he had seen through the joys and sorrows of separation, as well as his indifference towards life and death. Perhaps Vicious had lived for too long, and was really tired. Tens of thousands of dragons leaped together, and the ancient coffin was surrounded and worshipped by tens of thousands of giant dragons formed from dragon chi. Only when gales surged could one see the outline of the coffin. With another hurried glance, the head of this heavenly emperor appeared from the chaotic mist in the ancient coffin. His hair was jet black, but unfortunately, there was a mask on his face. It was a ghostly face that seemed to be crying yet not crying, smiling yet not smiling. There was sorrow on his face, but also joy. Perhaps this was his or her entire life. Tears fell amidst joy, and a smile amidst sorrow. No one understood Vicious. He was the most mysterious, and no one knew his or her heart. Perhaps this mask was the only thing that revealed a bit of his or her heart, and others couldn't understand it. In a short period of time, everyone was very silent. They felt a kind of loneliness, as well as the desolation of being at the top. After an unknown period of time, they gradually came back to their senses. Dead, dead, they're all dead. The large black dog heaved a long sigh. Then, he actually began to wail sorrowfully, and said, Emperor Wuxia is also dead. They're all dead. In the end, not a single one survived. What's the point of cultivating to the end? The Black Emperor revealed his emotions for once, and he was incredibly sorrowful. He looked in the direction of the Purple Mountain and said, Emperor, rest in peace. The last shred of hope was also shattered. Yifan was in a daze. There really wasn't a single heavenly emperor that had survived. His hopes for Emperor Wuxia had also vanished into thin air because of the Black Emperor. Voila! A soft sound came from the ancient coffin, and a hazy streak of light flew out. It was as if a dragon was leaping in the chaos, and it was extremely mysterious and mystical. What's that? Everyone was jolted awake, and they stared at the chaotic mist with shock in their hearts. Could there be a living creature in the ancient coffin? Ai Sui Qiong. The youth from the ancient imperial tribe exclaimed in surprise, his expression extremely excited. This was the celestial treasure of the ancient nest, and ordinary people couldn't see it at all. It was already not bad if it flew out once every several tens of thousands of years. The ancient king that was slumbering here had only been fortunate enough to sense it once or twice, but he didn't dare to come and snatch it, and could only observe it from afar. Catch it, catch it. The large black dog wiped his face, and the sorrowful expression on his face disappeared completely. He recovered his greedy nature, and continued to hoot. Su Ichiong Ganali. The youth from the ancient imperial tribe shouted loudly, and warned. The monkey revealed a serious expression, and said, "He said that we definitely can't go and catch it. Otherwise, even if the ancient king intervened, he wouldn't be able to keep his life." The large black dog scratched his ears and cheeks, and couldn't sit still at all. However, there was nothing he could do even if he was anxious. He shouted, "If we can't obtain a celestial treasure after entering the crow's nest, we'll really be letting down our 8 generations of ancestors." Dang! He held the ancient sovereign badge in his hand, and continuously struck it. He waved it at the dragon nest of chaos and said, "The divine badge of the ancient Saint Emperor is here. Hear my call." That light wasn't very dazzling, and it seemed to be condensed from starlight. It was gentle and bright, and it was very attractive. It flew around the ancient coffin, rushing out 9 times, and then entering inside 9 times. In the end, it rushed out, and flew out of the ancient crow's nest. Dang! The large black dog worked even harder, and used his large paw to forcefully strike that ancient sovereign badge. He said, "It's really been summoned by me." That light really flew over, and it was like a beam of moonlight descending. The large black dog howled, and stretched out his large paw to catch it. However, with a flash of brilliance, it avoided the large black dog, and with a schwa sound, it entered into the all-chi cauldron above Yi Fan's head, and its divine splendor disappeared. "Brat, this is robbery, you're committing a crime." The large black dog was furious, and pounced over. He opened his large mouth to bite, and wanted to snatch a piece of the cauldron. "It has nothing to do with me at all. It flew in by itself." Yi Fan pressed down on his large head to prevent him from being bitten. "Nonsense, I went through untold hardships to summon it here, and you intercepted it halfway." The large black dog was furious. When everything calmed down, the large black dog was at his wit's end, because after this light was taken out, if he didn't touch it, it would fly back into the cauldron on its own. The few of them all crowded over, and carefully examined this celestial treasure. There was no one who wasn't astonished, especially the youth from the ancient imperial tribe, whose expression was filled with shock. Yi Fan held it in his hand. This was an ancient scroll, and it was sparkling and translucent, as if it was forged from the essence of the sun and moon. However, it was extremely soft. It was square in shape, and was about 1.5 meters tall. When it was spread out, stars would occasionally flash and disappear on its surface. It was light and peaceful, and it was impossible to tell what exactly it was. What kind of divine object is this? The few of them were all puzzled, and after studying it for a long time, they still couldn't figure it out. Could it be an ancient scripture? The large black dog was bewildered. The few of them probed it with their divine senses, but still couldn't find anything. This ancient scroll that seemed to be forged from the essence of the sun and moon was boundless, and there was no end to it. The monkey carefully recalled, and as if he had thought of something, he suddenly revealed an expression of shock, and said, "My father seems to also have an ancient scroll like this. I have some vague memories of it, and he often looks at it late at night." His father was an ancient imperial tribe emperor, and was a fighting saint of his generation. He was invincible, and he actually often looked at an ancient scroll like this late at night. This was really shocking. It can't be the celestial treasure that the emperor of fighting of the ancient era possessed, right? Yi Fan was bewildered. Similar. Very similar. I think it's that ancient scroll. The more the monkey looked at it, the more familiar it felt, and nodded solemnly. F***ck. It's definitely a celestial treasure. Even the Emperor of Fighting often looked at it quietly, and then it fell into the hands of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. Its value is immeasurable. The Black Emperor was almost lying on top of it, and stared at it with all his might. Clang! In the mountain-like crow's nest, the lid of the ancient coffin closed. Then it slowly sank down, and disappeared into the boundless primal chaos. It has sunk down, no longer remaining in this world, and returned to the primal chaos. Yi Fan was startled. Maybe this was the best ending for the ancient emperors. He let out a long sigh and said, "Let's go, we can't stay here for long." There were definitely more divine items in the ancient nest, but they couldn't get close, so there was no point in staying any longer. The few of them bowed to the crow's nest to express their respect for the ruthless emperor, and then they quickly left. Su Cheong Delina? The youth from the ancient imperial